Not got bother with an intro or anything this time.
It's buffering again. It started playing, it stopped again. At the same place, I suppose.
It actually never stopped. The stream is still live. That's the same from the one before.
Is it?
Yeah.
Same.
Are we back now?
We'll try it again.
Oh, it's saying 0 viewers. That one should have stopped.
Now it's working. Now we're live.
Yeah, the new one just worked.
Are we live now? That's us?
Yep,
is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Jolly good. I'm not going to do any intro or anything. We'll just have a little bit of a chat and see what's going on. See whether this goes after a certain amount of time or whatever. So, welcome everyone, and I'll try not to upset them with Buster. It may be a bit too much.
I'm not getting you live, Bev. I just got a 5-minute video that came up.
No, they're in the chat at the minute saying we are live.
Okay.
Yeah. It's all. Just refresh it, mate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you should get a new notification. Click on that.
Yeah.
All right.
Oof, yeah. We are live, hopefully. Fucking hell. No more intros. Yeah.
I'm not getting...
Euclid.
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah. We are live, hopefully, for the third or fourth fucking time or whatever. Don't know what's going on, people. The first one was an update.
5 minutes.
And then the other ones have been, I don't know, just stopping the stream. So, hopefully we can make it past 5 minutes this time. I've got a little thing in the bottom corner of my stream as well, little triangle, so I don't know how that's going to be. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they'll let us do this tonight. Triangle Axiom night on Euclid. I've even got some magnets on the board to do this. We've got DP's new meme GIF to hopefully show what the triangle axiom is. Put that on. I keep putting that on every now and again to let everyone know. I was thinking tonight we could let everyone know, because this is one of the strange things that occurs within mathematics that I think is the shift between real mathematics and the conceptualization of mathematics as a concept, and the break that it takes from reality into this other mathematical realm that people go, oh, I don't understand mathematics. I'm no good at it. That's because of these things that we do here. And this particular axiom and the problems with it. Now, we've been doing this. We have particularly been going over it, and I'm hoping everybody else has as well, especially on the globe side, because I'm wondering what the globe side's position is on this, because it is foundational within mathematics, the idea and the concept of it, straight lines. But obviously, quite a few of us have already done this and looked over it, but because Betty's brought this around, that's given a lot more of us a chance to go over it and there's some really strange things that happen within this mathematical concept or something. It's so simple. It's like before they even start with the stuff. Before they even start with hey, welcome, Mr. Cheswick. It's a pity we can't play Buster songs because seems to be not letting us. I don't want to lose the stream again. Welcome, if this is the first time here. Yeah, we're going over the we call the triangle axiom, obviously, because it's about which side of a line a triangle's formed. But this is the biggest wizard trick there ever has been, performed by intellectualists with smoke and mirrors and confusion and obfuscation, sophistry, tricks. 3 straight lines. That's all we're talking about. We get let me take that off. So to give you a backstory of the Euclid, and we have gone over it quite a few times, and I don't mind going over it all the time. So Euclid starts with definitions. Very simple definitions. Starts at nothing. A point has no parts. It starts with nothing. For a reason. Because this is an axiomatic system, and it's probably the most perfect axiomatic system. And a few lessons that I've been taught over the last few days. This is what you call explosive logic. That means that one tiny contradiction within this would falsify the lot of it. And that's how this is. So everything within this logical system is validated completely within the entire system of everything. And as you can see, it starts at nothing. So it's not building on anything. You know, it's not building on the assumptions of anything within this part at the beginning. Just the definitions start with nothing. A very familiar story. A line is length without breadth. So that's length without breadth, 1D. Only one dimension. Obviously, they can't be proved because they're not things. The extremities of a line are points. They give location to the end of the line and the start of the line. A straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. So the one at each end and evenly between the two. People will say it doesn't really describe much. Well, yes, it does. Evenly definitely describes it completely. Then we go on to a superficies is that which has only length and breadth. So that's just the 2 dimensions. Length and breadth, 2D. Sorted it.
Ev, can you do me a favor to find superficies?
Superficies. Well, we did that. It's earlier. If you go into book 11, where it is 3D, solid geometry, it talks about planes and all the lines that lie on a plane. So I would say the plane is within the within the geometry. It's understood within 3D geometry. That's where a plane comes into it. It comes into effect. Whereas at the beginning here, you have what's called the superficies, and that which has only length and breadth. So before you even conceptualize a plane, this is just the superficies. This is the surface that you're going to be using to conceptualize this geometry.
Thank you very much.
That's the way I see it. I mean, I'm just interpreting.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me now.
Yeah. So you're at the beginning here of the conceptualization of everything. Like you've just started with nothing and you're on a line, and now you're just trying to understand what's going on, right? To build all of these things up. And the extremities of a superficies are lines. A plane superficies is that which has any 2 points being taken. The straight line between them lies wholly within the superficies. A plane angle is the inclination of two lines to one another in a plane which meet together but are not in the same direction. You notice the way it says there in that one. A lot of people will say, well, it doesn't say anything. But I mean, he's building the things up. A plane angle is the inclination of two lines to one another in a plane which meet together but are not in the same direction. He doesn't say straight, but I mean, does he have to say straight? It's a plane angle. You get the idea.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it says a plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of two straight lines to one another which meet together but are not in the same straight line. It's like a further description, because you are building up on it to work from one point to the next. Straight line, standing, this is one of the important ones. I mean, that plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of two straight lines, and that obviously builds up to this one. When a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another, each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on it is called perpendicular to it. Very simple, but it's just defined a right angle and what you call it perpendicular. Two straight lines. These are the definitions within mathematics. The foundational words within mathematics. There's no other description of a right angle or perpendicular other than these two straight lines. An obtuse angle and acute angle. We did go over the circle, but I mean, we'll have to go over that at some other point.
Acute is less and obtuse is more than 90, right?
Acute is less, obtuse more. Yeah.
It's been a long time
than a right angle. Because at the minute, like we don't call it 90 in this in Euclid. There's no putting the numbers to it.
Right.
You have to put 360 to the whole, don't you, in order to get 90, whereas he's just talking about the right angle or a right angle. And that's because the right comes from the old school straight. The circle, different points of a circle, circles a radius. It says rectilinear figures are those which are contained by straight lines. Rect. Shout out to Rumpus and the rect test. Rect means straight. Rectilinear, straight line figures are those which are contained by straight lines. Trilateral figures or triangles by three straight lines. That's important for when we go to the postulate. Remember, these are all come before the postulates that we're going to get to. And then it says of more.
Those assumptions are based on these axioms. The postulates.
There's no axioms yet. We're just going through the definitions.
Okay.
And then I'll get to the other ones. So there's different different triangles, squares, oblongs. But this is one of the most important. This one in the book I have, it's definition 35. I think in other books it has been definition 23. Everybody has different sorts of books, but I mean, this is just the wordage. But it says parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet. Now, that's weird because it uses plane, in the same plane.
Say that again, please.
It says parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet.
Okay.
Just the introduction of plane in it. Although you have had plane, and it may be the interpretation of who's wrote this, but it starts off with superficies and it's talking about plane in this bit. Right, now, the book that I have goes straight into the postulates, of which there are only 3. And it says, let it be granted, 1, that a straight line may be drawn from any one point to any other point. 2, that a terminated straight line may be produced to any length in a straight line. And 3, and that a circle may be described from any centre at any distance from that centre. Now, to me, coming at this as a noob and not like a genius mathematician, but I mean, just coming at it and looking at it, what it says is, at the beginning, it says a line is 1D and the superficies is 2D, length times breadth. Well, they don't actually exist. They're not real. You can't replicate them at all. It just doesn't make any sense. So these ones, the postulates, is saying to me, let it be granted that you can draw a straight line from any one point to another. Like you're allowed to replicate it however you want. You know, whether it be in sand with a stick or whatever, you know, or with chalk on a board. You can do it. It's going to grant it to you that you can do that. Because you can't actually do anything with 1D or 2D. And that's all of these postulates are to me. It's letting you know what you can actually do, what it's going to allow you to do in order to go forward with the logic it is. This is a logical process that we're going to go through. So it's saying in order to help you do this geometry that we're going to do and build up all of these proofs that are conceptual, obviously. You can't actually do it on 2D, but you're building the proofs up in your mind to help you later on in the other books. It's a logic teaching instructional booklet, let's say. That's the way I like to look at it. So we've still not got to the one that's in contention just yet. With, you know, everything seems fine. I've never seen that. You know, I've never seen a problem with anything, and like all of the definitions are well known what they are. You can go back and check them if you've got any problems with it. So then we go into the axioms, and the axioms I've learned since we started doing the logic a bit more, that these are just laws of identity, excluded middle, non-contradiction. This is just making sure that you understand the very basic concepts of understanding logic. I'm guessing things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. What you might notice is that I don't think there's any need for anybody to prove any of this stuff. They're called axioms. Axioms are the well, we could go over somewhat what an axiom is, should we?
It's an accepted as fact or truth.
Yeah, I went over the axioms. Here we go. Axiom definition. I got a few of them to put. Yeah. A self-evident truth that requires no proof. A universally accepted principle or rule. It says logic, mathematics. A proposition that is assumed without proof for the sake of studying the consequences that follow from it. Seems pretty, it's high school level stuff, axiom. I think I've got some others. We've been going quite over a lot of the axioms. Oh, maybe no, I didn't. Never mind. I'll go back to the...
It also means to be worthy, to have worth. Axia in Greek.
Nice. Yeah, with a purpose. Isn't that good? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the axioms are these are accepted without requiring proof. Obviously, because they're like duh type stuff, but some people do need that duh type stuff, obviously. If equals be added to wholes, if equals be added to equals, the wholes are equal. That makes pretty much sense. I mean, that seems to me like a more of a mathematics sort of rule than geometry. But I mean, obviously, geometry's built at mathematics. It's built on the same system. It's a logical system. It has to be.
And all this makes sense until you try to change the reality. And then you have a problem with these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If equals be taken from from equals, the remainders are equal. So there's pluses and ones taken away from. I mean, should you really have to say that? Well, perhaps, yeah. I think in order to build a full rounded axiomatic system, you should make sure you cover all of the bases. Right? In what we've been told the other day is that they like to, clean house. They like to get rid of all of the stuff that's not needed. Well, they're saying there's 5 postulates, no axioms, which I find a bit ridiculous. They get rid of all of these foundational stuff to do the biggest wizard trick I think ever. If equals be taken from unequals, the remainders are unequal. If equals be taken from unequals, the remainders are... Things which are double the same thing are equal to one another. Things which are halves of the same thing are equal to one another. I mean, I don't know whether that's the law of identity in the excluded middle. It's just going over it. Magnitudes will coincide with one another, that is, which exactly fill the same space are equal to one another. That's why it says a point is not, has no magnitude. So people can't say that points are parallel to each other. Even Euclid knew they'd try and do that. But they get rid of it. Like this is one of the poof, vanished as if it wasn't there. which allows people like Rumpus to say stupid things like point parallel. The whole is greater than its part. That's genius, that one. So simple. Makes
I
you
love
think.
that one.
Does
Yeah.
it makes you think, doesn't it? That's what this sort of stuff should be doing.
And it does.
Two.
That's undeniable.
Yeah. Well, all of them are, aren't they? You know, like they're all like, you can't really argue with any of this. And it makes complete sense that an axiom is a self-evident truth that requires no proof. I mean, why would you ever need to prove any of this stuff? Well, I know people that do want you to prove everything. They expect you to prove this. You can't just state it anymore. 2 straight lines. This is the best one. 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. Pivotal thing. Obviously true, but people will conceptually want to mess about with that. Think longitude lines if you want to try your head at that one. 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. They can't. It's a fundamental law. I'd say of reality, but other people say, but what about longitude lines? I say, you're mad. All right angles are equal to one another. That makes sense. I can't see why, like, all right angles are equal to one another. You put 4 of them together, you've got a full, call it a full circle, but you've got a full turn through 4 right angles. How could it be anything else other than that? Simple laws. And because you've got right angles and all 4 right angles are equal, there's no room for any other angles. There's no space. You can't put them anywhere. You can't just slot another angle in. It'd be ridiculous to think that you could put a triangle in with more than 180 degrees somewhere within that formulation. It's amazing how logic helps you understand the simple things. Now, this is the big one. They say, oh, it sounds a bit different. It doesn't look right. It's not like all of the others. Well, yeah, it's a little bit more complicated, but the nuance in it and Super Troll, I think, is genius. Because, some people get triggered at certain things. So the beauty of this is to state simply something that kicks ass in the bit that you don't say. It's genius. People have to do the thinking on their own side. And that's where they get stuck. Say anybody who's got a globe model and tries to join in on this, watch out. This will damage you mentally. You can't bring a model into this conversation. And if you're thinking, what's he talking about? Just hang around and wait and see what happens. There's a lot of people with a model that are going to be fretting, because they are. They've been fretting for years. I don't think that this is meant to happen. We're not meant to be telling everybody about this. But thanks, Betty. It states, axiom number 12. Remember, all of the others are axioms. This one, in my book at least, is an axiom. It's just a Euclid mathematics book. that somebody's put this as an axiom. It states, if a straight line meet two straight lines so as to make two interior angles on the same side of it taken together less than two right angles, these straight lines being continually produced shall at length meet on that side on which are the angles which are less than two right angles. Sounds a mouthful. But there's only three straight lines, but two meeting another. DP's got a meme. I'll get it on the so there we got your meme there in the takes ages, that one, I think. So it's just two straight lines meeting that other straight line, and it tells you on either side of that one straight line there will be less than two right angles, the sum of two right angles. That's where the lines will meet, i.e. a triangle will be formed on one side or the other. It's all very simple. Oh, look at that. It just shows you one straight line falling on two, or two straight lines falling on one straight line, makes the interior angles on the same side less than two right angles. The two straight lines, if produced indefinitely, meet on that side on which are less than two right angles.
Is this a difficult concept to understand for some or something?
Yeah, you wait. This has been troubling. I'm still waiting to find out what the problem is, because it's not hard, is it? Like, it's a triangle.
No.
But you can you see the beauty troll in it? Because there would be one spot where there are no triangle, right? The triangle is not made on either side of the line in one position, right?
Right.
That's when all of the right angles are equal. Then you can employ no triangle. Parallel lines. It has to be. Parallel lines don't meet. And if it says in this, if you extend them indefinitely, they will meet on the side which has less than two right angles. Well, if both sides have two right angles on it and all the right angles are equal, then there would be no triangle formed and those lines would not meet because there would be no triangle formed. It's good, right?
I don't understand the problem here.
No. Well, apparently you're like me. We've got nothing. There's no problem. Absolutely no problem with this, except people like geniuses as well. Apparently, the mathematical wizards of old, the shadow giants of old, have supposedly told people that there was a massive problem with it, that it couldn't be proved from the ones that went before it for some reason. mean, even though in that book it's an axiom. I mean, I suppose you could attempt, couldn't you? I mean, I suppose to just make it 5 and say that's it. Forget about the definitions, right? You don't want to worry about them. And say there's just 5 and call that one the 5th. And say, well, it looks a bit different than the other 4. And it doesn't seem like you can prove it from the other 4. So therefore, I don't know. I'm waiting to hear, somebody who knows of a problem surrounding this and why it's a problem, why it should have to be proved, what the difference is.
Nobody thinks there's a problem with this, actually. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Hi. Good evening.
Right. Nobody thinks there's a problem with it.
No.
Oh, well, that's good. So what's the problem within the mathematicians of old, then? Has it been sorted?
Which problem? The question about the 5th axiom, or more generally? Or?
The 5th axiom.
Well, there used to be, as you said, that the idea that it could be demonstrated from others, but it's not the case.
No, it's an axiom. It's a self-evident truth, right?
Well, actually not. It's something you assume to be correct. Like you put the definition, a proposition that is assumed without proof, for the sake of studying the consequence that follows it.
Did you read definition number 1?
Yeah, but that's not the one that we use in mathematics.
What?
We're not talking about maths. We're talking about geometry.
Well, geometry is math, so that's the definition we use in mathematics is the last one.
Do you want to read definition number 1?
Yeah, I can read definition number 1, but has little interest because we're talking about mathematics. A self-evident truth that require no proof. But if you see the last one, that is the one used in logic and mathematics, it's a proposition that is assumed without proof for the sake of studying the consequence that follow from it, which is the one that is used in mathematics.
Yeah, that's the new mathematics, right? We're talking about we're talking about the foundations, though, right?
And hang on, what are the consequences that follow from the triangle axiom?
Well, that you create the Euclidean geometry.
You create the triangle on the side where the angles are less than 90 degrees. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Right.
So the axiom is proven through the use of the axiom.
Well, that has no meaning, because of course if you assume an axiom to be correct, then
what do you mean it has no meaning? You have proven the very thing that you're setting out to prove using the axiom.
No, that's circular reasoning, because
no, it's not.
Is.
You're presenting a proposition. Mm-hmm. You are then using the geometry to prove the proposition to be true.
Yeah, but that's not what you do.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
But I have to disagree, because right now what you say...
How can you disagree when the axiom, the thing you are proposing is proven through the use of the geometry?
I don't understand what you mean by proven by the use of geometry.
Okay, well, I've got to make a brew, DP, but if we can keep it on the lines of, right, 2 straight lines meet another straight line. Now, what is it that you are assuming within that statement that isn't actually true for what it actually says?
Well, that's the axiom you make your geometry from. So in that geometry, it's true.
No, don't
Well,
make
maybe I
your
don't understand.
geometry
Okay.
from it. It's a self-evident truth, right? Do you understand what the meaning of a self-evident truth is?
Yes, and I think it has little meaning.
Okay, so
Because nothing is
when you
self-evident.
do have two straight lines meeting another straight line, then a triangle will be formed on either side, and unless all right angles are equal, then the lines will be parallel and not form a triangle, right? And that's the truth. Right, I've got to go and make a brew. What do you think? I can't see what the problem is, like many people have said. Can you state why you don't think that is a self-evident truth?
Floor's yours, Thomas.
Meanwhile, at the Bat Cave. Hello, DP.
Evening, Redman. Just waiting for Thomas to fill the dead air.
Scared, say you're scared.
I want to know what they find wrong with Axiom 12. Anybody?
After he explains 5.
Thomas, the floor's yours. We're waiting for what you find wrong. How it is not proven.
They say it has been challenged for hundreds and hundreds of years, right? Okay. What's the problem with it?
Oh, sorry. I think I answered, but my microphone was locked. So what I'm saying is that there is no problem with the axioms of the Euclidean geometry. So I won't find any problem with them.
So you have no problem with the triangle axiom then?
I have no problem with that.
It is a self-proving axiom.
No, an axiom is something you assume
So
to be correct.
how does it not prove itself was the question put to you.
But because axioms are not proving anything, can't be proved. If they can be proved, that will be theorems, not axioms. Axioms are assumed to be correct. They cannot be proven to be correct.
So the triangle axiom, as we know it, is unproven to you?
It's unproven and cannot be proved. It's an axiom. It's something you assume to be correct.
But as Bev said, when there are 90 degrees, the lines are parallel. If there are less than 90, it forms a triangle on the side where the angles are less than 90.
Yeah. That's part of your axiomatic. And that's fine. I mean, it's a good axiom.
This is proven day in, day out.
If it could be proven, it wouldn't be an axiom. Read the definition.
So can you prove to me that a triangle would be formed if the angles were greater than 90 degrees? Can you even demonstrate that to me?
Those lines will never get closer together.
But you have to choose an axiomatic when that would be correct, which wouldn't be the Euclidean axiomatic.
So you
obviously.
can't demonstrate, as I've just requested, where the angles are greater than 90 degrees, that there would be a triangle formed on that side. Simple yes or no question.
You understand that when you ask something to be demonstrated, it means that you're using some demonstration, use propositions, and then a logical reasoning, then a conclusion, right?
So the conclusion from the angles being greater than 90 degrees, would there be a triangle formed? Yes or no?
Depend on the axiomatic you choose.
What do you mean? You're working within Euclidean geometry.
In Euclidean geometry, it's not possible because, as you said,
it's
your
not
axiom.
possible.
Yeah,
okay.
Right.
We're always working within Euclidean geometry.
Well, if you're working in Euclidean geometry, then it's
the side of the line where the angles are less than 90 degrees. Will you form a triangle working within Euclidean geometry?
Less than 2 right angles.
Yes.
Yes.
For sure.
What happens when there is 90 degrees on both of the lines?
Then they are parallel.
They are parallel.
Yeah.
Is that because it's Euclidean geometry, or does Euclidean geometry describe what would happen with straight lines in that position?
Excuse me just a second. I just want to let you guys know I got to run an errand. I'll be gone about 15 minutes, but I'm going to leave the stream running. So if you talk to me, I won't be here.
Okay. Yeah, so what do you reckon to that? Do you reckon there's any way that you could just sort of decide that you could change that in any way? And would that affect what happens with the 2 straight lines? Or does what happens with 2 straight lines, is it described within that axiom?
It has to be described by the axioms.
Okay, so it shouldn't need to be proved, right? Because it's a self-evident truth of something that would happen. Would there be 2 straight lines meeting another straight line?
It's part of your axiom. So you choose an axiomatic and then you work with it. If you decide
See, this is the difference between Euclidean geometry and all of that other imaginometry that you're thinking of. Euclidean geometry is just a plain, simple explanation of these things. Right? You can't describe a straight line as something other than a straight line and expect to just go along with it. Or do you think that's possible? Do you think you're able to do that?
Well, sorry. Yeah, you can choose your axiomatic, basically. So you can choose which axioms you want to be correct in your theory, in your in the mathematical geometry, for example, you're building. So yeah.
So said another way, you can choose your own truth. Yeah.
Yeah. Somehow, yes. Yes, that could be the way of saying it.
Well, that explains a lot.
Yeah. Wow. Is there a superhero that called Non-Euclidean dude? Because I mean, I imagine that would be one hell of a superpower, that, right? to be able to just bend space. Is there anyone that can do that? I doubt it. There is. It seems like a phenomenal superpower. Yeah, you think you can do it by writing a different words in an axiom, right?
Well, I think you really have to distinguish what is about physics and what is about mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
In mathematics, basically, you're writing stuff on paper, and that's what mathematics is about. Whereas in physics, we have to confront with the real world that we can mostly describe.
Which
we
is
cannot
Euclidean.
modify it easily.
Right, I think that's the beauty of Euclidean geometry, that it perfectly describes reality, right?
Well, that's your idea. So you model reality as being an Euclidean space, which is not a so bad idea. But
X, Y, and Z, right? Where's the space for the other? Where exactly are you going to put something else other than that?
Do you know? I mean, it's the point is that either we have a mathematics talk about axiomatic in mathematics and what does it mean, or we have a discussion about physical models. And
we're talking about Euclidean geometry and the foundation of reality.
Okay, so
because that's what you're dealing with here. Right, an axiom about three straight lines.
You understand that there are two different points, yet very different that you rose. Foundation of geometry, this is mathematics.
Mm-hmm. Euclidean.
If you like, yeah.
Absolutely.
This is mathematics. The question is about how many dimensions has our space.
Right, length,
is a physics
breadth,
question.
Thickness, three dimensions, X, Y, Z.
Yeah,
reality.
This is reality is a question of physics, not a question of mathematics.
Well, X, Y, Z, Euclidean geometry, absolutely reality.
Well, that's the way you model reality, and the model can be correct or not. This has to be checked.
Okay, so you're saying that you have a problem with Euclidean geometry being in reality, like you say it might not be?
It has to be checked, yes. It's not.
We have to check. How do we check it? Can we measure it? Can we measure it to make sure that a straight line is actually the shortest distance between 2 points?
Yeah, it's actually pretty hard to verify this.
What, to make sure a measurement's the same and stays the same and can't get any longer or shorter? Because it's a foundation of what a straight line is, right? In reality.
I think that with a decent correctness, we live in an Euclidean 3-dimension space. And I won't discuss this.
You won't discuss it?
No, I think it's pretty okay. I don't...
So straight lines don't curve. They are straight. As in the traditional Euclidean axis straight, perpendicular.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Right. So horizontal would be a straight, plane, a Euclidean plane, wouldn't it?
No, this doesn't imply that.
That was one of the quickest turnarounds ever. It's either Euclidean or it's not Euclidean, right? And a horizontal plane is definitely Euclidean, isn't it?
Okay. Can you have, in Euclidean 3D space, you can have spheres, right?
Yeah, we're dealing with, at the minute, the foundational basics of Euclidean geometry, talking about two straight lines meeting an other straight line. Okay, so let's just say, at the minute, we're just talking about straight lines. Now, you can imagine a ball wherever you want. You can put it in the picture at any point that you want, but we're just talking about two straight lines meeting another straight line. Now, there's no problems anybody has with it, right? Because everybody knows that straight lines being straight lines, as in straight lines, I mean, call them Euclidean straight lines if you want, but I mean, can you think of another straight line that's not Euclidean? Could you think of a measurement that's not Euclidean?
Yeah, I can, but I mean, I think that we don't need to go that way. I mean, Euclidean geometry is good enough for what we're doing here.
Can you think of a shorter distance between 2 points than a straight line?
No, I don't.
Would you call that a non-Euclidean measurement if you could find a shorter distance than a straight line distance for getting you from point A to point B? Would you be amazed that that was even a concept? This is the foundations of Euclidean geometry. We're talking about three straight lines.
To me, by definition, straight line is the shortest distance
between 2 points.
So,
but that's definitely Euclidean, isn't it?
Euclidean or not, it's just the shortest distance straight line.
Yeah, well, that's a straight line.
It doesn't have to be the Euclidean straight line. But
no, because there is no other straight line. There is only one straight line, isn't there? There's no other straight lines. So Euclidean geometry just describes reality. Starts from nothing, gives you the definitions of all that you're going to need, and then it gives you the axioms and the propositions that you go forward with.
Once again, I think that's I'm okay with let's say with Euclidean geometry being a good description of our space-time. Let's say.
Jolly good. Time? Yeah. Just
if
space.
You want space, fine.
Yeah, just space and lines and shapes in space. Time doesn't come into it. There's no time element in Euclidean geometry.
Okay.
It's timeless, could say. Just describing reality as far as I know. But, I mean, have you expanded reality with your mathematics since the ancients of old were describing straight lines and angles and stuff like that?
I'm not sure I get the question, but no.
No, I don't think. I think it's like perfect, as it has to be, because it's explosive logic and it's still there. Nobody's found any flaws in it. It's perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, Euclidean geometry is fine. Again, I have nothing against it.
Like, with it being perfect means there's no flaws in it. So,
right.
With you not having any flaws in this, so, does that mean that you would have to? I'm guessing how it depends on how strong your model is. With the internal conflict, would you rather drop Euclidean geometry for reality, or would you have it describing reality, but in some sort of complex way?
I think that Euclidean geometry is fine to describe the world we have at the scale we usually have. So I have no problem with that.
At the scale?
I think for what we're discussing, Euclidean geometry is perfectly well enough.
Good. That's good. Because we can relate it to reality then. So that
because it relates pretty well to the reality that we can observe. Yeah.
Right. Well, you'd be surprised that some people had problems with it. And not just ordinary people. Have you heard of Gauss? Gauss, he's a massive shadow giant from...
Oh, yeah, he's a mathematician, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
yeah, it's a great mathematician, yeah.
Yeah, have you heard of Gaussian curvature?
No.
No.
I don't think so.
I bet you that came from the study of his when he was looking at this very axiom.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody probably tasked him to look at it for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
He said that you can tell which geometry you use by the amount of angles within a triangle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, from intrinsic geometry, yeah, that's pretty interesting.
So, in order for you to not use Euclidean geometry, you would need to be able to measure a triangle with more or less than sum of two right angles.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So, do you imagine that's ever been done? Have you ever heard of anyone measuring triangles with more or less than on 180 degrees?
You can build geometry that works as such, but the most obvious thing is just doing geometry on the sphere, for example, which is pretty straightforward. Just take a sphere and draw on it, and you see that the angles of your triangles won't be 180 degrees.
No way, dude. Have you ever done mathematics?
A slight bit, yes.
A slight bit? You mean you've watched some videos on YouTube? Because that's not a very good explanation of what you're imagining you're talking about. Because you're talking about plane geometry, right? 2D.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that the surface of a ball is 2D, do you?
Well, it is 2D, yeah.
No. Oh. How do you work that?
Well, because you only need two parameters to found a point on it.
Well, Euclidean geometry does state. I mean, we're still on Euclid night, so I guess we're okay. In solid geometry, book 3, book 11, it states that a solid is length, breadth, and thickness, 3 dimensions, and that a superficies is that which bounds a solid. So if the solid is length, breadth, thickness, like a sphere, and the superficies is that which bounds it, then that's 3D as well.
No. Well, this is the
It's
ball.
a ball, yeah.
The ball is a 3D object.
Yes, obviously.
But the surface is always here 2D object.
No, this is dangerous territory for you, you know.
Well, it's dangerous if you like. But
well, okay, wait a minute. I'll just give you a quick get out now. You're not going to relate a ball to your globe model, are you? At some point, is that why you're doing this?
Well, I think we're talking mathematics. I don't need to.
Yeah, no, we're talking about. Yes, we are talking about a ball. In reality, right? It's definitely the ball you are talking about is in reality because you said draw on it.
Yeah. Just take a football, for example, and start drawing on it.
Yeah. Okay. So that's in reality.
Yeah, football is in reality and you can draw on it, right?
Okay. So you're talking about a 3D ball?
Yeah, but the surface of the 3D ball is a surface, so 2D.
Okay. So, are you suppose every surface is 2D?
What you would call surface, yes.
Okay. Now, does that mean that we could say the surface that you think you live on is 2D?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so we could
use
call you a
maps.
2D earther then? Yeah?
Well, if you like.
Okay. Welcome to the club. Like, we don't have a go at anybody. There was somebody in here looking for a flat earther. But yeah, like I say, we're okay. It's an affliction that your models put you in this position. Just openly voice that you are a 2D earther, and everybody knows what a 2D is, don't they?
Well, all surfaces, again, surfaces are 2Ds, almost by definition.
I don't think so. I think there's 3D reality. So I don't think that. But I mean, you're welcome. Like I say, we have we have all sorts here. Mm-hmm. Even Rob doesn't think everything's 2D. He's not that keen on it, but I mean, he does like calling himself a flat earther, but he definitely doesn't think everything's 2D.
No, nothing in reality is 2D.
There you go.
Yeah, for sure.
You're super extreme 2D flat earther, aren't you? Super extreme 2D earther. Everything is 2D. At least everything you touch and look at. The objects underneath all of that shit might be 3D, but everything you look at and you touch, that's 2D, right? I know. Terrible model.
Okay, I got a thing about this. Like, you can make a 2D. Hang on, let's turn this beeping off. You can make a 2D grid system for the Earth, but it won't have any elevation on it. You're welcome.
It's got to be tough, though.
Yeah.
Like, you know, to just repeat a definition and then have to hold to that with a model in mind.
Imagine
either model, right?
Yeah, imagine getting tricked by a model into believing that everything is 2D because of your extreme aversion to flat earthers. When somebody's talking about reality to you, about basic concepts of Euclidean geometry.
I mean, when you can just walk outside and look at surfaces of things and know they're not 2D, why would you ever say, because of the definition, you know, it pretty much just defines it, all surfaces as 2D, so I'm going to run with that. I don't get that.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet they ridicule people for being flat earthers as well. And yet openly do that. That's amazing. I bet it says somewhere in Wiki as well that all surfaces are 2D, doesn't it? You can find something in like Wiki to back you up. That'll be great. So, straight lines. Blue Marble is he thinks that he's another one. 2D earthers. It's gonna catch on, right? I'm just living in reality, right? 3D, you can measure it, elevation changes. You can measure a depth, a distance away from you. And a sphere definitely has a height and a depth and a width. It has all three of them. How can you possibly think that the surface doesn't? The surface is the ball. How can you separate a 3D object from its surface whilst looking at the 3D object and saying the surface of that I'm looking at is 2D? That's crazy. A sphere is a 3D object. Circles are 2D.
Circle is 1D actually.
Where did you read that?
The line is 1D, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly.
Okay. Nice. What do you call? Oh shit, I forgot it. What do you call a sphere without a radius?
A dot.
A line.
A 2D surface.
Well, if it has no radius, then it's a dot, right? If the radius is 0.
Oh, well, you just had a circle without a radius, right?
Well, no, because if you have if you have a 0 radius, then you only have 1 point. That's center.
Mm-hmm. So your circle that you had, did you have a radius?
Circle of what? Sorry?
Your 1D circle that you had, did it have a radius?
Yeah, it will have a radius, yes.
Mm-hmm. So how do you get to that radius if the circle's only 1D? Because the radius isn't the same as the circle, the 1D circle, is it?
Right.
So it's 2D, the circle, isn't it? It has to be. Because you've got a radius.
The circle itself is the line, right? So if you want to travel on that line, you only need one parameter to know where you are.
You don't travel on circles. You don't do geometry like that, as far as I know. Or is this a new conceptual geometry where you imagine yourself on a shape? Because I've never done that before.
It's geometry. If you have the point on that circle and you want to label them, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many parameters do you need to label those points?
You need a center and a distance from that center in order to...
No, just the point of the circle.
The circle.
You just need an angle, because one parameter is enough.
An angle?
Mm-hmm.
For a circle?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Yeah. As long as
Go on, explain, please, how your conception of a circle is made with just an angle.
It's not the conception of the circle, it's the points that are on the line just need one parameter to be identified uniquely.
What point on the line?
The point on the circle line.
On the circumference?
Yes, that's it. That's where the circle is.
The A point is defined by the radius?
Yes, all those points.
Okay.
You just need one parameter to locate.
Okay, so that's your parameter then. The 1D is radius.
Now, 1D is,
radius.
For example,
1D line. Yeah, that's what we did. We did 1D. A line is 1D. Yeah. So that's the line that you're talking about, the radius.
Mm-hmm.
Straight line.
Yeah. No. The circle is not doesn't contain the radius. The circle is made of the points that are on the circle itself.
Yeah, at the end of the radius.
Mm-hmm.
At a certain distance away from the center point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just the radius. That's what you're talking. A circle is just the points of the end of the radius lines.
Yes, somehow, yeah.
Yeah, so that's just your 1D is the radius, the straight line. If that's the way you want to conceptualize your 1D circle, it is literally the point on the circle that you're dealing with is just the radius away from a center point.
Well,
That's
take,
all.
for
That's
example,
all a circle is. It's a knot shape. Just a series of radiuses. It's just a point mover with all of the points equidistant from the same point. Yeah. And that's not just because of Euclidean. That's because it fucking is.
Well, you can define circles in non-Euclidean geometry the same way.
How?
All points that are at equal distance from another.
And that would be a circle, would it? Or would that be like a different... Could it be all sorts of multitudes of shapes?
Well, you would call that a circle, but it may have different property depending on the geometry you're in.
Yeah, like it might look like a square.
Yeah, that's what you have, for example.
It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. Could you draw that for us?
Yeah, well, do you play Minecraft?
Seriously?
No, seriously, do you play Minecraft? Do you know the game?
No. Like, this is Euclid night, right?
Yeah, but Minecraft is not...
I know, it's definitely not Euclid. Absolutely
My
not.
children play Minecraft.
Yeah.
Okay.
My son plays
blocks,
Minecraft.
right?
My missus watches people playing Minecraft.
Yeah. So in Minecraft, you work with this block, with this grid, and
It's like Euclidean geometry, isn't it? It's just
It's not Euclidean.
It is. Minecraft is definitely X, Y, Z blocks.
Yeah, but suppose you can only work on the lines of the block, right? It's not exactly the case because you have floating points from the object, but the blocks themselves can only be...
Yeah, straight lines are straight and they keep going, right? And the blocks just keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
perfectly Euclidean. All perpendicular, right? All of the axes are perpendicular to each other, just as in Euclidean geometry, which you said earlier, obviously describes reality.
Sorry. In Minecraft, you have a grid system. Like when blocks, you cannot put them anywhere. You can put them only at some location, all parallel to themselves, right? Imagine you have a grid in 2D that is like, like paper that has
like a map.
Grids.
Yeah, like a grid reference system that we have in the UK.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Like you have a paper with this.
Like squares. Like graph paper
squares.
from mathematics.
Graph paper.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, I'm glad we got
good.
there. I think everybody understands what a grid is.
Yes. Yes. So imagine you put a point that you call O, center, and imagine now that's
X, Y, 0, 0, 0.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And we work in 2D because it's easier to visualize, but of course you can extend to 3D.
0, 0, X, Y then?
Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah, fine. And imagine you can only work on the edge. You cannot go across the square. So which means that the point that is coordinate 1, 1 is at the distance 2 because you have to take one edge and then the other edge. So if you draw a circle of radius 2, you will find all the points that are at distance 2, and it will make some kind of, I'm drawing that right now, but it makes some kind of
a circle around the square.
Yeah, it makes some kind of square if you look from above.
What, drawing a circle makes a square?
Yeah, it makes a square. Yeah, you can just try it, You take a 2 radius, so which means that you have to go along. You're allowed to go along 2 edges.
Right. So you do squares.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you start off with a square, and you draw a circle around a square, and miraculously the square's still there.
No, that's not what I mean.
No, you know that you can do the entirety of Euclidean geometry with just a compass.
Yeah.
Right. So
Well,
it's because it's fundamental, right? The truth can't be denied. So Euclidean geometry, you can do all of that stuff in reality, like real, for reals. So when you keep saying imagine, like you can actually do that. All of that stuff that you're imagining is actually doable because you're using Euclidean geometry.
Well, I think I couldn't explain that easily. I would have to make a drawing, but okay. I think I will go because I have other things to do.
Oh, good. We can carry on with our Euclid night then.
Maybe you could. Maybe I could show you, if you're interested, a bit more about what it means to work in this kind of non-Euclidean grid geometry, which is rather interesting. That has meaning because you found that in
we're all right
and stuff like
Thomas.
that.
We'll just stick with Euclidean geometry that's actually doable in reality. Yep. Your weird non-Euclidean geometry. I'd go teaching some of your friends. Globe Earth pushers. 2D guys, go and do it. Go with your 2D Earth buddies. I thought you were going. Right, so I'm going to go on to the whiteboard. Because I've been look at that, you guys. Video, is that not working? Or has it done it again? There you go. Is that all right? That's showing.
Oh yeah, something coming in. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going, Thomas. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I have to go. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Good.
So have a good evening. Goodbye.
See you later.
See you.
Thanks for your help. Right, guys, do you think that's good? Does that look good, or do I need it? Better with the light? Do you like that? Has everybody gone to sleep now that Thomas has been in talking shite?
I think he broke quite a few laws of non-contradiction there, and laws of identity and things.
Right. Well, we'll go over the bones of contention that people have had for some reason. Do you like that? These are my my little magnets. So all it is two straight lines meeting another straight line. And it just states, quite simply, which side of this has more or less than two right angles. So if you're to do that, this side, obviously. This one's getting bigger. These two are never going to meet. These two here. Because you've already had the other one that if this isn't here, and you're just talking about these two lines, they will never enclose a space. They'll only ever meet on one side. Or not meet, right? There's only two choices. Two straight lines. They either, one, they meet, or two, they don't meet. Ever. I mean, I don't know what's up with that. I can't think of any other reason for that. And then for this, to say that either on that side or that side, the triangle's going to be formed. Obviously, let's say that. There is a point where these are the same. Right? And then these would be parallel. This would never meet. And then it wouldn't really matter where that one goes, because these two would still never meet. It doesn't. This one doesn't matter when those are in that position, and when these are in this position, then it's still more than 180 or 2 right angles and less on this side. There's nothing strange about all of these different lines. I mean, you could have a go at guessing which ones. And since we know that if all of these angles, like if we say purple ones, that angle and that angle are always equal, because if a straight line cuts that, then the opposite angles are always equal. And if you make that one and that one always equal, can't really tell because of the colours. The colours aren't quite right. But if the angles are if all of those are equal, and if it turns out that that and that and that and that one, all of the angles are all equal, then no triangle would be formed. It seems pretty simple to me. Either triangle this side, no triangle on either side, or triangle on this side. I mean, those rules about equals being equal and all equals being equal and all right angles being equal, and the definition of 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. So if they meet on one side, they can't meet on the other because they can't enclose a space. Apparently mathematicians have had problems with this for centuries, but nobody seems to be able to tell us what the problem is. It just becomes more and more clear to me that this sort of stuff, I don't know. Is there any academics out there that would like to have a go at saying, A, what the problem is with it, B, what they propose to do with it other than what it is, and C, why would it have a difference? Because it's obviously a truth, and I mean, I can't see why you'd have a problem proving it or not proving it. I mean, it seems pretty simple to me. We can't be missing anything, right? It's a geometric trick, or like a wizard trick that's been performed by some people somewhere at some time in the past. And then it's been taught that you don't understand it. I mean, Christ knows how many times Rumpus has been telling us we don't understand this. But what is there to not understand? Where's the problem? I like my little. I'm going to sort out some more stuff for on the whiteboard. But I like those little lines. Do you like that? I can't see the problem. Triangle on one side, triangle on the other side, and as it's travelling across, like DP's got in his meme, as it's travelling, there's a point where there is obviously a triangle on neither side. You can't go from equals to equals without having a bit where it's neither. There's no bit where there's both. It's not allowed within the rules of equals. Just the basic logic rules. Does anybody else think I need to go over anything? I mean, I can't find a problem with it, and I'm still struggling to work out what the problem might have been back in the day for all of these other geniuses. They can't have been trying to prove it. I don't think, because it's pretty obvious. Anyone?
Bev, I think that they were trying to remove it as an axiom into a theorem so that it didn't interfere with the manipulations that they wanted to do in generating their globe reality that they wanted to build.
I think it's got a lot to do with that diletheism and that thing, because if you noticed, there are no axioms. They got rid of self-evident truths. They said we can't have self-evident truths anymore. For some reason, I don't know why they decided that. Might be because reality can't be disproven if you start off with basic fundamentals of self-evident truths. I still do believe that there are self-evident truths, especially within geometry. I mean, it sort of teaches you that there are self-evident truths. Maybe that's why this is probably the first place they started with the attack. Like a big attack as well, isn't it? Right, get onto the main screen. Close my video. Right, so as we've had Betty bring this round, and we've explained that there is, I mean, I don't know anybody that has a problem with this, really, when shown it. But as we've researched, and as the globe model believers want to tell you, this is they had to do a skeptical attack on the fundamentals of everything. Originally, I think there was a skeptical attack on the fundamentals of knowing everything. Might be worth going over that at some point. SE. Oh, he's not here. He's gone. Yeah, going over the proof thing. Because it seems like this is a second wave at some point. They had another skeptical attack at the fundamentals of geometry and just said, well, we'll have to do away with these self-evident truths. It's DP, if you got your code on, what's that? Let's get a shout out for the you got a t-shirt, Euclid night. 15% off the t-shirts tonight. We got the code. Get it in the chat. I can't write a bot thing for you at the minute. skeptical attack came on this. Well, everything. They got rid of loads of stuff, and they've told people that there's only 5. So there's only 5 postulates, and one of them looks a bit weird, which is the one about the triangle. We call it the triangle axiom. They like to call it the parallel postulate, but it doesn't say much about parallels other than the fact that there would be one place where a triangle isn't formed. Yeah, I've got subs only because it stops all of the weird spam bots coming in here and doing silly things. And it doesn't really matter. People come and watch. So yeah, this is where we're at now, and I'd like to thank Betty for bringing this around and pointing out that at the fundamentals of mathematics, there's a basic law of things and a knowledge of what we call explosive logic, which is where the truth is. And the truth is obviously, it's self-evident in all of the axioms that are in the book that I have. I've got one from 1870 something. It used to be taught in schools, this stuff. It was a school book. I mean, I don't know how adults would do today looking at Euclid and what they would imagine. But yeah, back in the late 1800s, it was taught as a school book. I would like to have somebody come, and I know there's not going to be anybody coming because, I mean, it's pretty self-evident. But I think since that time, since the attack on them moving all of these axioms and stopping making them self-evident truths and put them into the postulate, then people like Thomas can come in and say, you can just make up whatever you want, just call them whatever you want, it doesn't make any difference. And if you do that, if you can think you can do that, then I mean, can you change what a straight line is because you write in something different about a straight line? Or maybe you can conceptualize a 2-dimensional surface of a ball. You might be able to believe that you can draw on a ball and think it's 2D. I don't know. I would like to know though, because I'm guessing there's going to be some ballers. I mean, I know Beddy and his intellectual buds thinks that you're not allowed to say things like that. That we're saying. It seems simple. It seems simple, yet they want to make it complicated. They want to make it really complicated. When, I mean, how complicated can you make 3 straight lines? How genius a mathematician do you need to be able to conceptualize which side of it?
I think Thomas's idea of axioms was incorrect anyway. As far as I'm concerned, an axiom is a self-evident truth that is demonstrable within reality, not just something made up at the spur of the moment in your mind.
Yeah, I
Don't know
think
whether I'm right on that.
along with this attack, well, not say attack, the skeptical attack of where they wanted to get rid of all self-evident truths across the board, they would obviously, within the foundations of the mathematics, have to be able to write that in. And it obviously makes it into the thing where it says at some point it's a self-evident truth, but then, you know, just something that can be postulated within mathematics. Well, I think that's the difference that we're noticing, is that Euclidean geometry obviously is reality. It's somebody's attempts to describe reality. And then at some point somebody's gone, that doesn't describe what we want it to describe. And in order to get mathematics / geometry or whatever to help them describe something that obviously isn't reality, they have to bend the rules. And once you bend the rules of logic and a geometry, then you have an explosive concept, right? Anything can happen. You've gone beyond the realms of reality. Like anything, literally anything can happen. Thomas is right. I mean, the 2D conceptual surface that he's thinking of is exactly the same as the 2D conceptual surface that everybody else is thinking of. It's just mentally he's bent it. Because explosive element of geometry. Strange.
Yeah, and I think just to add to Raven's point, I totally agree with what Raven said. The other thing that is conveniently left out of this discussion when we're talking about whether or not this is an axiom is what it actually meant to the original author, right? Because did the original author think that an axiom was a self-evident truth? And I would submit clearly yes, back in the day. Back 2,500 years ago. I think SE pointed out that in Greek, that word, it means that. It means worth or truth or, right? I mean, but we can change the definition today and make it anything we want to make it. And as long as we Google it and see it on Google and we can put it out there and it means something different, well, there you have it. Easy. Explosive logic, right?
Yeah.
Whoever the Euclidean group was or man was, they were obviously, or he was obviously building on truth that he established. That's it can't be any more obvious. If you want to go away from that, then why talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's founded on straight lines, right? Everything obviously follows, and the stuff that you can do with the geometry and knowing just the basis of a straight line and how to use the as a radius and all of that. I mean, you can make some amazing stuff naturally, and it's obvious that directly relates to reality. It's so fundamental that you can see that. For them to say, well, perhaps, let's say we can't have any self-evident truths. Just seems against the very fundamentals of what I imagine the geometry and mathematics should be. It's got to be based on reality.
I can't think of it any other way.
Yeah.
Like, my brain will not let me do that. Now, I like watching and hearing about fantasy, right? And maybe even playing the part. But my brain won't let me see it. Like, won't let me live it.
Yeah. Could go with that. I think I could try and imagine all possibilities, but I mean, always stays within the bounds of reality. I can't. I can't ever get to that bit. I can't imagine looking at a ball and the surface being 2D. I can't even conceptualize that. That sounds beyond anything. Sounds like it's like a magic trick that somebody's performed. And they're trying to perform it on me. And I can't do it. Can't do it. And that's what this is, the straight lines. Straight lines are only straight in reality. If you want to bend the straight line, it then becomes a curved line. But if you want to conceptualize the bending of a straight line whilst keeping it straight, then talk to a glober. Because they can do it.
I think that's why I'm kind of past talking to them, right? Like, I don't even find the use in it anymore. Because they've come up with so many things, you know, just the brain teasers that you have to go through, even to...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, brain teasers, but not only through the geometry. They do it within the logical statements. They'll do it within sophistry in a conversation. They can literally go anywhere with anything.
Especially if they started with imagine.
Yeah. Start off with imagine quite a lot. But I think we all do, don't we? Do we? I know I've said it a few times, but in the concept of trying to get people to it. I can't imagine a straight line not being straight, though.
I mean, we can all imagine being in a game, a world of Minecraft, but that's fantasy, and it's, you know, might be a nice game to play, but it doesn't equate in any way to reality. But they seem to think if it can be described in a mathematical program, somehow that means it can be real. It's beyond my comprehension.
Yeah, and like back it up with Google Earth.
Google Earth is another video game.
Yeah, unclamp the hump. Free the hump. Talking about Euclid. So, I mean, there's a lot of people, I've heard a lot of people as well say that they are willing to use this other, like he said, conceptual 2D geometry. But I don't think a lot of people that are doing this non-Euclidean geometry actually understand what Euclidean geometry is. To know what not that geometry is. It's probably because they've not got an idea or a conceptualization of what the actual geometry is and how it relates to reality, because they don't want it. I don't think they want people talking about thinking for yourself and looking into the logic of how the geometry works, because that's the logic that you end up getting taught. How you can formulate things that just make sense, simply. It's just simple logic about 3 straight lines. Yet people want to tell you that you're not clever enough to look at it You don't understand what the problem is with it. You don't understand what it is. I mean, they're right. I don't understand what the problem is. I can't see one. There is none. It's very simple. And for anyone to say that only the geniuses can do this, well, coming to next level. You can make yourself feel like a genius.
People have built careers out of pondering this axiom, and you know, whole careers out of it. So nice work if you can get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, by saying that, you know, thousands of people for hundreds of or thousands of years have looked into this and no one's been able to prove it. Well, that's just a magic trick to get anybody that would otherwise look at it the way many of us have and say, well, it seems pretty simple to me. Then it plants that seed of doubt, doesn't it? Well, I don't know if I'm as smart as those other giants, shadow giants. I can't possibly be that simple. I must be missing something. So I'll defer, right? I'll defer to the authorities. I'll defer to the consensus.
Yeah, my received opinion. I shall just Google my received opinion. And it turns out that the shadow giants of old really had a problem with it. Nobody knows what. But I'll go with that because it's much easier than me sort of looking at it and saying, it's only about 3 straight lines. I mean, what could be hard about that?
No mention of parallel.
Because they don't want to admit that this place that we dwell in is created.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but I know that geometry's got a direct relationship to reality. So, you know, it's not because somebody's just made some stuff up and wrote them down as axioms. The axioms within this geometry are based upon reality. In fact, the entire geometry system is the only geometry ever that makes it into 3D. It directly relates to the 3D world that we live in.
Do you think they the axioms that they have in the other geometry, the non-Euclidean, that they've been sort of made up? Do you think that they think that the axioms in Elements are just made up?
I don't think they ever get into the 3D. I don't think anybody's ever taught that works in reality, right? I don't think anybody's ever taught about 3D Euclidean geometry. They'll just get taught about XYZ coordinates and you do this mill or whatever, and you program this CAD. Why bother get taught all of the basic Euclidean elements and then the 3D bit? You can separate, really, can't you?
I don't think they.
Good.
I was just gonna say I don't even think they bother. Right? Why bother?
Yeah.
The thing that gets me spot on though is it. Wouldn't you think that, again, logically or critical thinking? Wouldn't you think that if you're going to make up your own axioms with a brand new geometry that we call imaginometry, that it'd be just as easy for someone to come along and undo theirs?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What stops someone in 100 years or 200 years from going, yeah, that non-Euclidean geometry thing with all those axioms that you guys have, yeah, that's a bunch of shit. And then we let another couple hundred years go by and we go, hey, listen, for hundreds of years, people have been saying that this non-Euclidean geometry thing is shit.
Yeah.
It's obviously shit.
Yeah.
Don't you understand that? There's books written about how it's shit.
Yeah.
So why not just, if it can be undone once, it can be undone 100 times.
Yeah, we haven't got any pen and paper to prove anything either.
Yeah.
In the future, it'll just be computers, won't it? No one will ever put pen to paper.
Yeah, nobody puts Euclidean geometry together with 3D. Right? It's just the laws of reality, right? The Euclidean geometry in 3D is Euclidean geometry in 3D, the one that everybody uses. The only people that conceptualize these non-Euclidean geometries are the ones that have never dealt with anything in reality. Right? There's your disconnect.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good summary.
It's only because we were lucky enough to find our own first principles and go back to see the foundations of Euclidean geometry. We simple worker people living in reality, simpletons, commoners. We dared look at the beginning and the foundations of mathematics.
In a virtual world, we can all have whatever geometry we want. We can all fly like Neo.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what happens. Explosive logic, isn't it? Boom, anything can happen. But it's been sold, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, Kevin's right. Who knows what they'll say in the future?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to go way worse for a bit, though. Unless some people come back to reality. But I think most people are not living in reality. As we get told all the time.
Yeah, no, admit to it.
Mm-hmm. Everybody thinks everybody else isn't living in reality. Not their reality anyway. Because everybody has their own reality. It's all relative.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's what's been taught.
Oh, yeah, you can't prove anything these days.
So it's been good. I like this, but I would welcome more conversation about it. Although I expect they won't want to talk about it. This would be awkward for anybody to deal with. Especially when you link this proposition to all horizontals being parallel. And how you would tell that. Because that's what I wanted to show you. Video, put my screen back on. Can you guys see? Oh. Boom. See that? Check it out. Right. Now, as a logical way of doing this, you've got these lines. My magnets are too fucking strong. Right, so if you've got these lines like this, and let's just say, for instance, these happen to be horizontal. I mean, I haven't checked them. Near enough. Oh, that's pretty good. So these two are horizontal. Now, if you were to say all of these angles here are right angles and they're all equal, then all you would have to do is to measure this distance here vertically and this distance here vertically, and if it's both the same, then equals and or equals, and that would prove that these are parallel lines and they're never going to meet. So I would say that this parallel line scenario is provable. I mean, you could measure that and you could measure that, and if one of them's greater and one of them's smaller, not only the angles but the distances, you know, the distance between these two lines on this side and these two lines on this side, actual measurements, if they differ on the one that has less, they will eventually meet. That does not make sense. In order to back the thing up, you know, on top of itself.
Yeah. Well, whatever happens one side will be on the opposite side.
Yeah. Unless they're all equal. All of these angles are equal and these distances will both be equal, wouldn't they? You know, you could prove that these angles are equal by measuring these two sides here. I mean,
people do it every day.
Yeah. This is the sort of stuff that it should be obvious, I would imagine. It seems like it is to me. And I don't know whether we get somebody's missing something here. These mathematical geniuses that we seem to be dealing with on the Discord servers. I mean, we have people coming here, Globe Witnesses, telling us that they obviously know more about this sort of stuff than us. But equals, and then equals, all of these would be the same angle, all of them, boom, boom, same angle, and these distances would all be equal all the way across.
If that weren't true, everything I built during my career would be shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all it would take is, say, the left-hand top corner, for that to be just slightly under that horizontal, and you've got yourself a triangle.
Correct. Yeah, even a fraction. It doesn't matter how obtuse or acute the angles are. Doesn't matter. Still going to form a triangle or not.
Yeah, what about this? Oh. Do you reckon?
I mean, you become so sure that just by making sure those angles are all 90 degrees, that you become confident. You don't even have to measure the distance between those two lines after a while. You know they'll be equal on either side of those right angles.
Well, I would say if you do measure the distance and they're off, you know that one of your angles is.
Exactly.
You take it to that it's. That's why we use it to square up things. We actually use the triangle to square up things, make sure it's square, equal distance.
Absolutely.
I do it every day.
I used to do it every day.
I showed a young lad just yesterday. I said, "Do you know the Pythagoras' theorem, the 3, 4, 5?" And he's a roofer. He's only young. And he was having a chat with my lad, and he goes, "I've heard of it." I said, "Well, you know, do you want to have I'll show you." And I showed him, and he was like, "Wow, yeah, that's amazing." He was literally shocked. Yeah, it's brilliant. Triangles.
Yeah.
But yeah, today also I put a plate on, you know, like the wooden plate on the top of the construction, to where they're going to put all their joists. They set their joist on the plate I put on. If I don't put it on level, you know, they're gonna. But this is using these principles.
Yeah.
Parallel lines.
Yeah, look.
Yeah, the roofers, they don't use slope or whatever. They use pitch, right? But it's the same exact thing. It's just an angle. Same thing when you're cutting rafters or whatever. You're using an angle measurement. But it's based on plumb.
Check this out. This is the problem. It was all fine when we were doing that, with them going that way, horizontals being showing parallels and they're not meeting. But what about if we've got a vertical here and a vertical here and a vertical here? We've got 3 verticals crossing 1 horizontal, 2 horizontals.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
One, yeah.
That's This is the reason this whole play on whether a triangle will be formed or not is all because of these plumb bobs, the plums. Because they cannot be parallel on the model. They're not allowed to be. Their model dictates these verticals cannot.
Well, what about locally though?
Well, no, on the model they can't. None of them.
On the model they can't,
yeah.
But locally they can.
Absolutely. In reality, they definitely are Euclidean. You know, all of the Euclidean principles apply. You can't just introduce a vertical and then say, oh, well, the model says this can't. I would think so anyway. This is the problem. Verticals, I'm going to have to get a better... You can't really see that, can you? It needs to be a better colour string.
Thicker string.
Thicker, yeah. But yeah. You go, plumb bob. Yeah, the problem is vertical and horizontal. It's a big problem for those of them that have a model. Unfortunately for them, I don't. And there's quite a few of us now that don't have a model. To which these are vertical. And then the water level, here to here, other side, is horizontal. The very fact I've got 2 plumb bobs hanging in between this one water level defies the globe model. Both of these cannot be perpendicular to that level in the same relationship if you have this water level as being horizontal. Triangle axiom explained. Hopefully. You can do it with angles or measurements, sizes, distance. You are allowed to use a straight edge. I presume a straight line can be drawn, so you must be granted to be able to have a straight edge.
I've seen people curve straight edges around balls.
Curve 2D surfaces around a ball. That was good. Good to go back. I quite like those magnets. They're going to be helpful, I think. I can imagine us having to do that over again. And I'm hoping there will be a lot of Globers, I would imagine the Globers will all be wanting to explain how stupid we are and the fundamental errors that we've made within our misunderstanding of why they had to change this to make non-Euclidean geometry. I mean, I know that they have to do it to put, as Rumpus calls it, the angle of down into whatever. It sounds unbelievable. But yes, I'm going to be going over that video. I've already downloaded it. Go over it again. Cutter, you don't understand, or maybe fools. It may require a fools, because I think Buster, you did make us a fools, didn't you? With just a half.
Just the choruses, no verses yet.
For that Rumpus and the angle of down, horizontal levels. No
Slow your roll, Buster, just a little bit, buddy. I will mute you.
Slow it down.
Slow it down. Bev, a while ago you were talking about things. Remember when they used to call us bottom of the barrel?
Yep.
So they're just looking down at us so much. There's no way, right, that you could be correct because you're bottom of the barrel.
Yep. Yeah, they've been telling us we don't understand it. Well, it's 3 straight lines. Come on, guys.
How many times have they said you don't understand? Or no, I say they, Rumpus mainly.
Yeah. Well,
You
not
don't
only
understand
Rumpus.
geometry.
There's quite a lot of them.
So much we made a song out of it.
Well, I would really enjoy if Betty wants to come back, bring a bit of these PhDs. I can remember when I did a proof for proof with Philip, and he started with Euclidean proofs.
Yeah.
He's disappeared.
Well, he might have disappeared from round here. I've seen him on chats. He's harassing flat earthers daily, I think. As they do, PhDs, the people pretending to be professors.
Nothing better to do with their time.
Yeah. Harassing flat earthers in YouTube chats everywhere.
When you really put it that way and think about it, it's like, wow. I could see it like maybe he wanted to be a PhD and a professor, and he's like in maybe a halfway house somewhere, acting it out. That's more plausible to me.
Yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of actors, right?
I'm a PhD.
Yeah. You could act like you know all of this sort of stuff. All you have to do is Google it.
Well, but not only PhD, right? He's a part of the team that launches hundreds and hundreds of satellites without fail. Now that is more amazing to me. That's a tell, by the way, when people start making up stories that, they just happen to be on Jose's Discord on the subject that you're talking about, satellites.
Yeah.
They just happen to have a whiteboard in their hotel room.
I've got whiteboards here. I've got 3.
Yeah, but he brings it to his hotel room.
Yeah.
And makes
I
a
wouldn't
YouTube
take
video.
it out with me.
Well, you're not a PhD. That's why.
Maybe if you had a tiny whiteboard, you might take it with you.
Take a chair.
For tiny Earth.
Tiny whiteboard. just carry it around with me.
Short people got no business.
What?
Yeah.
I did think of a new joke.
Go on.
I'm not too good at the comedy stuff, but you can do the afterwards. Well, how do you extend a tangent plane?
I've not got a clue.
Equipotential angle of adjustment.
Okie dokie. Equipotential angle of adjustment. Boom.
I agree with you totally, Buster. You're not very good at presenting jokes.
tangent plane extended. Bam.
3 coplanar points. Bam.
Yeah, that was one of the things somebody said. 3 coplanar points. It makes a triangle. Straight line triangle.
Is that like the angle of down?
The angle of down. The vertical angle, you mean?
Wasn't it Rumpus who said angle of down?
Yeah, the angle of vertical differs over distance. It's amazing. Amazing.
Did you know where famous globers live on lakes? The water freezes in the ice bottom up. Thank you, George.
Yeah, I like the way that the hump is always in the middle of you and the object that you're looking at. Always. It's amazing how it knows to do that. Water is amazing.
Unless you're in the middle.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, so the hump would be in the middle of you and whatever it is that you're comparing it to, right? You can alter where the hump is, just by moving a further distance away. On the model, right? When all things are possible, then stupid things are also possible and necessary to be possible. Let's put some spot-ons pictures to the gallery. Spot-ons attempted at unclamping the hump.
The hump is never visual when you're at close distance. You have to be further away in the atmosphere for there to appear a hump. But it's not measurable because you're looking too far through the atmosphere. It's a tough sell, man. They've really done a good job. I'm amazed. You got to give it to them, right?
Well, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't want to say teaching people stupid to tell them that they're clever. But, yeah, pretty much. Misguiding people without direction. How about that? That sounds pretty good, right? Without wanting to say somewhere someone has blatantly fucking lied. Whether that's still going on today, who knows? Possibly. But there's a lot of people that are misguided without a direction, right? They don't know where they've come from. They've been told shadow giant secrets. Well, they've been told, I think they've been told the tricks of the shadow giants, but without being told that they were actually tricks. It's a bit It's gonna. I don't know. Like maybe just who knows. Everybody should be looking for themselves, though. I wouldn't. I personally, after finding first principles for myself, it's uncovered a lot of truths. I'm guessing it's fine. I have the ability now to find my own truths. That's what it's given me. And finding your own truths, sometimes you get attacked by people who don't want anybody to have truths. There are people who they despise you for having truths. If you think there are self-evident truths, there are people that will mock you for it. Talking about Huimar. Ridiculing for self-evident truths. Imagine that. Imagine trying to come from a place where there are no truths and where you would have to be to put yourself there. Go on.
Yeah. I think Thomas was honest enough to say that, didn't he? When I asked him, does that mean you can make your own truth? And he said, well, yeah. So it's at least it's honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Ricky was saying, it's like, would you want to, like, is there a limit of what you can gain from talking to people? And if they're willing to make up their own truths, but then also be able to say that you can't have any truths. You can't have your truths in reality, yet I can make up any truth I want.
Right. There you go. Exactly.
Yeah.
And then I can, be a bigot against you because you made up your own truth that's different than my truth.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a pretty sad way to be, isn't it? But yeah, that's what we're dealing with. And do we need to be dealing with that sort of stuff anymore? I don't know. I'd be that's what I'm mainly doing now, is finding a way to be able to talk to people that are worth talking to. If you can find more people that are positive, that give you more positivity, then that's got to be better than going up against people that are just draining you, coming up with their own truths.
Yeah. Or even just finding people willing to say what's possible and then saying, okay, I can buy that maybe you've got your own truth. It's interesting. All right, we can agree to disagree. I've got my truth, you got your truth, but it's all right. No problem. But that's not the way it rolls, does it?
No, it's, I think when they say, well, you get yours from reality, I think that's the part, right? It's the connection to reality.
I think what would be really good would be to find people who are open enough to want to join us in reality, help us helping to help them prove to themselves what this reality really is, rather than sitting, on a keyboard arguing endlessly in circular arguments. Find people who want to get out there and want to be helped to see the reality. That would be good.
Yeah. I can't stop thinking about this test for Rumpus, and the 600-meter plumb line water level test.
Do we know when he's going to be running that test?
When
Rumpus
Rumpus
it'd be interesting to go and watch.
Oh, well, yeah, we definitely. How could you not be there? It's going to be historic. Apparently George is coming over, so we'll know when it is. We've offered to go down and help. Get a few more cameras up there to document it. It might just be on the weekend of our annual pilgrimage to the home of Level. You never know. But yeah, I'm thinking about his 600 metre one. We could do that there as well, couldn't we? You could do that on the bank by the side of the thing, all in eye shot of the on that bank. That would be good. We could easily do that as well, couldn't we? Spot on. Take our water levels.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
How far is his test? 600 meters?
That's what Rumpus said. You could tell over 600 meters.
Yeah, it'd be great if you had a water level, if you could do the water level test at 600 meters at the same time.
Yeah, along that bank. That'd be dead easy while we were doing it. Right, spot on. We could do a straight line test with the split bit at the ends to show the straight line test with the plumb bobs at each end. It's genius, that. Thanks, Rumpus. I'll draw it up for you on the whiteboard. The new configuration 2022 update. Plumb bobs either end. New configuration of the water level. Straight line test. Euclidean principles in reality. Book 11. Practicalizing Euclidean geometry in the real world for real people. That's brilliant. I can't get parallel horizontals. That would be really good, that. I hope he gets the paper to come down. Oh, I'm just imagining it now. I've just literally just had that. I need to draw it up. Let's get me waterboard.
It'd look good if we're all there in our t-shirt logic.
Yeah.
T-shirts.
And hats as well. If you come on the pilgrimage, we're having a large hat competition. The two can have the largest hat. You can then be in charge. If you have the tallest hat, you are obviously the most important person. So you come to the next level pink pilgrimage. Get yourself a big hat.
Excellent.
Let me see. Right, draw it up. I got that wrote down. Oh, it's going to be a good year, this is. We get to see Rumpus's test, we get to do our tests, and we get to go and meet everyone. We're doing a down south trip, UK. I wouldn't mind trying to do another under the horizon, but see whether we could do a under the horizon down south and find a beach down south that's long and straight. Just one of the shallow drop-offs that we can actually walk on without turning into a quagmire. Stone Monkey, there's no we did it already. It's a straight line test. There's no chord because there's no hump and there's no drop. It's only horizontal. It's a straight line test. But what Rumpus said was that plumb bobs over 600 meters would be not parallel. So I'm going to have a reconfiguration of the ends of our 600 meter water level test, straight line test, to dangle a plumb bob over the top of a water level at either end to show that it's perpendicular. So either they're not parallel or the water level isn't a horizontal plane. I mean, it's a straight line proof to start off with. So if it's not a straight line, then a water level isn't a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, which it obviously is. So we might be able to prove that we've broken the laws that everybody uses for architects and engineering and all of that sort of stuff, surveying. Who knows? Just a simple test, though. Yeah, we've done the straight line test. It all follows logically. It follows everything really. And we have heard that. I think somebody said, although I've not heard of it yet, but B-ball probably, I think, has a problem with our straight line test. And I mean, if they want to bring that back in as well, I mean, that's great. Everything just follows on itself. So apparently B-ball has a problem with our test, but he's not doing it himself. He's allowing Slice Barcane onto his channel to talk about the straight line test. Realizing Euclid. That's pretty good, right? Do you like that? Realizing Euclid. Ooh. Proposition 1, Book 11, in reality, solid geometry. That's what our test is. Test number 1. Can a straight line lie wholly within a plane? It's got to be a good year. And we can incorporate it over 600 meters. We get to show.
It must, wouldn't it, Bev?
What?
It must lie wholly within the plane, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Yep. A water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. It's as simple as that. Unless you want to prove it doesn't. And then I don't know how you go about doing that. Because you'd have to find a horizontal plane of reference to reference it to find out that the horizontal plane of reference isn't horizontal. And you'd struggle without water, I'd say. But, I mean, who am I? Just a commoner. Just a normal bloke on Discord, just chatting away to people. Just saying simple stuff, and people say, that's not right, Bev, you're not allowed to say that. But why can't I say it? It's simple stuff. Sounds like reality, but there's a group of people that have a model. And they're the ones that are coming after me, but I'm just talking about reality, so that says quite a lot. To me. In fact, it screams at me. Why are you triggered, guys? What's up? We're just talking about reality. And basic, I mean real basic Euclidean geometry, but as we do here, advanced simplicity. These real simple concepts are deep. Because they're real. There's links to reality all over the place. And that's what makes it, you know, the more and more you can realize of it, the more you gain with the simple stuff as well. That's what amazes me. What they've told us is that most people they think they're not clever enough, but they only think they're not clever enough because this simple stuff has been taught as though it's not simple. It's been taught complicated. And then it's been taught, obviously, as non-explosive, right? Because it's already exploded. The logic and the reality framework has already been exploded. So what gets taught is this non-explosive logic where contradictions reign. Tons and tons of just contradictions. Everything contradicts everything, which is a good thing. I'm going to have to do that. That's what remind me, Buster. I need to do. We need a nice bit of music where we could have as an intro. And we could get Dr. Becky and the contradiction squad of the people who say they proved you can't prove it. Things like that. Just stuff that doesn't make any sense. A triangle with three 180-degree angles. Because it's coming. I don't think there's any way now, after Beddy's brought this up, that can they accept Euclidean geometry? I'm not so sure it's going to be allowed. Because the horizontals being parallel, that's got to be an issue that might need to be sorted through geometry. I don't know if there's any other way to sort it. I don't think it's allowed to have a horizontal not being horizontal but also being horizontal. That breaks the laws of logic, doesn't it? Laws of identity. they've got away with vertical though, so I suppose in their eyes already the possibilities of the implications of the ball model and the verticals not being parallel has got to be the problem. Well, it is obviously the problem, isn't it? But it goes the other way as well on the plane with longitudinal lines. Same problem. Well, I don't know. Does the same problem happen? Not too sure. Isn't that yeah, that breaks everything. Doesn't it? I've never really thought about it like that before. But if you've got one axis, it's 2D. That starts with a straight line enclosing a space, then perpendicular to that, you would necessarily expect a mirror. But that's not what happens, is it? A straight line encloses a space both ways, but not the other way. Because the other way, if it happened enclosing a space vertically as well, wouldn't that be concave Earth? Verticals working like longitude lines. It's hard to conceptualize because it's fucking ridiculous. Is anyone following along with me there, or is just rambling? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm still here listening, Bev. and you know, I have 100% confidence that you're never going to be proved wrong. Not that means anything, but
wait, do you get the idea, right? If they need, because what they're having is they've got a problem with the postulate or triangle axiom that states the triangle will be formed on either side, apart from one place, which is where no triangle will be formed. Well, they could form the triangle on both sides if they had a triangle, you know, without a Euclidean. Non-Euclidean would mean if you do away with parallel lines, then the triangle would have to be formed on both sides, i.e. longitudinal lines. If you're on the equator, the longitude lines meet at both sides, right? They're perpendicular, but they meet at both sides. But if you then take that as your 2D surface that you're on and extend a vertical to that, well, the vertical obviously meets at the center, but does it meet again at the top? Or does it continue to go out?
Again, what do you mean it meets at the center?
Well, if on their model, right, the conceptualization of longitudinal lines go from pole to pole,
right,
and two of those enclose a space, right, a segment.
From the pole to the pole, yeah.
Yeah, so two straight lines on their model enclose a space.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Right, so now take that as your 2D plane. Imagine that's your horizontal that you're living on, like as they say, right? Now you've got two verticals that they say are radials. So they obviously go and meet at the center. So they meet below you, right? The two verticals.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right.
Now, as you go up, do they also meet?
No,
or do they carry on expanding?
They carry on expanding for sure.
Why? When all of the others and the rule that you've got of parallel lines, why would you automatically expect those to get expanding and not meet like the other ones do on the other plane? Like, why is that particular plane any different? Like, why do you have a reality view of something when you're obviously not in reality?
No, they like the manufactured world better than reality.
Yeah, just doesn't make sense. Why even they would think... I mean, it's because they've been shown a model, right? They've been shown a picture by Rumpus. Everybody's been shown this idea of what a vertical is. But, I mean, it's perpendicular. It's been known as a perpendicular. It was called a perpendicle. My favourite word.
The tangent you're talking about?
No, a perpendicle is a plumb bob. Anything hanging down by a straight line. Perpendicular. Two straight lines.
I understand that to the horizontal. I don't understand that to the their model.
Yeah, they don't... Their model is ridiculous at concept. But they have to draw a circle for you. They have to. I mean, that's the only way you can accept the model. And you just become so accustomed to looking at that circle that the model just sort of ingrains itself in your brain, and you become accustomed to thinking down to the center, and they just keep getting bigger and bigger.
You know, other during my fantasy experiences, you know, watching sci-fi and stuff, I never considered the circle in reality. In my career, in anything else, never. Only when I was watching like a sci-fi outer space movie or something. And I was a space geek back then, so I understand these guys.
Yeah, it's a strong pull at space, but when you realize it's only ever made within your mind, and space, literal space, is only ever conceptualized through the breaking of Euclidean geometry, right? You have to explode the fundamentals of reality to be able for you to conceptualize this.
But what first brought you to Euclid? Was it the attack accusing you of, you know, child abuse? Is that what first brought you to Euclid, or were you familiar with Euclid prior to that?
No. Like, literally, I went into a debate with Fight the Flat Earth, knowing fundamentals and getting an idea of a straight line. And he said, non-Euclidean geometry. And I went, like, what's that? You know? And he just said, well, straight lines curve, non-Euclidean geometry. And it was... At that point, then I was like, I was confused, literally stunned, because it just made no sense, and how somebody could, you know, come into a debate and have something like non-Euclidean. And I knew the fundamentals of Euclidean, and I'm just, you know, astounded. Like, but what do you mean non-Euclidean? I only know Euclidean. What's this? And he just went, straight lines bend. And I went, I'm pretty sure straight lines are straight.
The way I've ever experienced them.
Yeah. And I've, like, nobody has ever since given us an idea of what it is meant to have been. Like, it's the same with this the triangle axiom. it seems pretty obvious. It seems like it's simple. It's at the beginning. It's within the axioms, the self-evident truths. And there's a little bit of an Easter egg in there as well. Like once you look deeper and you can look into it. But I mean, there's nothing hard in it. You know,
it seems like common sense.
Yeah. The trick is obviously in fooling people that they're not clever enough to see what the trick is. But I mean, to me, it seems like a magic trick. It's obviously a magic trick, but the smoke and mirrors and the deflection and the misdirection that goes on to not make you look at it, that's the real trick. The illusion that's been placed around it.
Well, I remember in grammar school seeing that picture in a book of, the flat earth and the water falling off and the boats sliding off. So, they definitely wanted you to believe that was a joke. I mean, that is a joke, but I'm just saying that they wanted you to believe that's what people considered and how foolish that was.
Yeah.
Here's the ball and we know how everything works. And you don't have to look any further.
Yeah. It's ridiculous to me. And I think at some point, somebody else must have thought it's ridiculous. But for them to push it and get it through, there must have been a concerted effort.
Oh, I think that's without question now.
Yeah. And I think it's all in the expanding of the mind and seeing where they can push it. And it's not going to be nice because
I think it's more limiting the mind, don't you? What they're doing to us, what they've done to us, limiting our ability to reason properly.
Well, it's double-edged, isn't it? Because if, like Dr. Becky says, if everything contradicts everything, which is a good thing, because if everything wasn't, then we wouldn't be learning, and we need to learn as much as we can when everything doesn't make sense, right? It's that sort of ethos. They think by opening up everything to have a non-contradiction, it frees them up to have any possibilities. But
then you can never get to the truth if everything contradicts everything.
Yeah, they've confined themselves within a model rather than just being free to do that. It's all come around as a consequence of the model to start off with. So they've limited themselves around the model. But a consequence of exploding that logic has meant that they can have the idea that anything's possible. Like both now and in the future as well. I mean, I think that's the science trick, is where they say, oh, well, Einstein didn't do this and such afterwards. And they look back on the stuff he was doing and they found it. And I mean, Rumpus could do his test and they might be able to find it in 20 years about some strange thing that some dude did on Bedford. And that may be what they need to pick up. And then, there may be greatness abound on somebody. Who knows? I think that's what's sold to him.
You think Rumpus will go through his test?
I hope so.
Yeah, me too.
Really do. I really do. More people need to look into this for themselves.
Is this something you'll be able to witness?
If it goes ahead, I will be there.
Okay, that's good.
Like I say, I've got a couple of tests that I'd like to get up on the side there. We definitely go and promote what we do, because we, my lad, I think, as far as I know, and I don't know of any other people that have ever done this, but my son is the only person that's ever filmed Rowbotham and Wallace, the footage for those two particular tests. And how could we miss the rumpus? Rowbotham, Wallace, and Rumpus. What a team. What a trio.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Rowbotham did the one at 8 inches above the water. Wallace filmed from the bridge, which we did.
And you were at this site already, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the chances of us being there, like, obviously it's Logos. My son being one of the first ones there it sat in the dinghy when Dr. John, shout out Dr. John, and Roxanne, and I can't really remember anybody else who was
Dr.
there. Sorry,
John
guys.
D?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was one of the first meetings we had. My son got the P1000 to go out onto the Bedford. Well, we got it, and it just so happens that they were doing that test, and we just turned up. We just decided to go there.
That's pretty cool, Bev.
Yeah, I think so.
I do too.
But people,
wish I was there. I'm jealous.
Well, we've got the footage. I mean, that's the good thing. We've still got the footage. Nobody's really bothered about it. Nobody went and wanted to go over it or anything. Mainly because I don't think it could be done. I think it sort of showed that it was a folly. Bit of a play, Flat Earth Society play, I think. And also the Wallace one as well.
Wallace is the one that took Robotham to court, right?
I think so, yeah. Yeah. That's why they want to bring in the bets. All the time anybody wants to make a bet about something, you know how it's going to end up. Like Wallace and Rowbotham. It's all for show. That's what these people want. They want the drama.
Yeah, they do like that.
Has anybody got any of the documents or anything of anybody with any of the problems? Because I haven't really compiled any of that sort of stuff, but I'm thinking for the website we might have to do an entire section on this. Maybe not.
I'm in the process of putting some information together. I'm trying to collect as much information specifically about the 12th axiom or the fifth postulate.
Nice.
So at the moment, I've just got the way that they've all quoted it, and I'm now starting to look through any commentaries that are going with that to try and work out what the problems were and why they were trying to falsify it, or to change it from an axiom to a postulate. But I've only just started that collecting that data, so
Yeah.
but I am working on that.
Sweet.
So I'll feed stuff through as I find things out that are interesting.
Nice. We'll have I think we'll have an ongoing feature on the website.
Yeah.
An entire page of itself. I don't know how to structure it. We'll have to have problems about it, and then the people that talked about it and their possible solutions.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just combining the timeline at the moment to show when different people have worked on the problem and how far back it goes. I mean, I've got it going back into the 1700s, when there was one famous sort of mathematician who desperately tried to falsify it and gave up in the end and couldn't do it. But he did become I think the grandfather of Non-Euclidean because of some of the work that he'd done. But he had to admit in the end that he couldn't falsify the Euclid at all.
Yeah.
And did state in the end that it was a perfect system. So it goes back a long way that they've been trying to attack it, but trying to get out the weeds to find out what the reasons were. It's going to take us a joint effort, I think, of everybody collecting all the information they can find. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing to go upon, isn't it? Something so simple, but to work out what the problem was. Why? I mean, surely we can't be that. Yeah. I don't know. What is it that we're not seeing? Or it can't solely be the model? Could the model dictate enough for them to do a magic trick and the entire of academia by separating Euclidean geometry from solid to 2D?
I suppose the other interesting thing to look at would be the development of the globe model, and how did advances in the globe model construction coincide with this battle against the Euclidean geometry that may have been putting up the blocks. We may be able to work out then what it was that they needed to get rid of within Euclid to allow them to continue constructing the model, the globe model, the way that they have.
Yeah.
It might need two-prong attack.
I would say, just as a guess, that it's more likely that this attack on Euclid happened just before they introduced the model properly. I don't think the model's that old myself. I think there's too many inconsistencies within dictionaries and stuff for it to be that old.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I know that some people have been there was that lady, wasn't there? I think she was about 105, being interviewed by Dave and saying that she was taught that the Earth was flat.
Yeah.
Not that long ago, or not flat, but that it wasn't a sphere. It wasn't a sphere.
Mm. Yeah. Well, I don't think you'd ever get taught about the sphere if it wasn't put into geography in school. I think that's the only place that I ever can remember having anything to do with the globe model. Yeah, I can't even imagine doing any other subjects, even for the the heliocentric model. think that was geography.
Yeah, I think it was mainly geography. And then, of course, with the age that I am and being around at an age that I can remember the moon landings and things like that. So, and the introduction of sci-fi on TV, like, you know, watching the first episodes of Star Trek and stuff like that. That's where the globe was really pushed.
Yeah, I think so.
The TV.
Yeah, and always a model in the school, like on the desk or something. It was always there, wasn't it?
Yeah, always a globe.
Yeah, and that goes to show why Rumpus wants to have his screen on all the time. He wants people looking at it, loads of people. That's how they perform the trick on themselves, I'm pretty sure.
Well, a picture paints 1,000 words, doesn't it? That can get it into your head, into your mind, with a picture.
Can I risk a Buster song? I need to go and make a brew. Does anybody want to have a chat? Do you want to have a chat while we're going, or should I risk a Buster song?
I think you could risk a Buster song again. Yeah. See if we can get through that one.
See the big one. You don't understand. Yeah. Okay. Short Buster. Well, it's not a short Buster song. This one. Hopefully, it doesn't end the stream. If it does, I'll come back. But I need to go and make a brew, so I'll put this on for a bit. You guys in the chat, you can talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna mute it.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Weird times, buddy. Because you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper.
I was temporarily agreeing.
That wasn't the argument.
For fuck's sake.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
I'm sorry. A separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this, Mike Jones. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the postulate first. You call it the triangle last time.
I do, yeah.
I discussed the swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
Weird times, buddy.
You don't understand. Be quiet. Swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question. You don't understand. For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Thank you, Mike. You're just on your own. Well, that I hold to be a self-evident. You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah. Because it's got just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did you include that axiom? You call it the triangle axiom. That postulate.
I do, yeah.
Axiom. Why did you include that at all? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do,
because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
Right. So you're saying
to 180.
How does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? You call it the triangle axiom. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
Be quiet. If you can prove that triangles have, you call it the triangle. The sum of the angles is two right angles. Why would you need? For fuck's sake. Sorry, that's my question. You call it the triangle axiom. You don't understand. You call it the triangle axiom. You don't understand. I was temporarily agreeing. Be quiet. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You know? You're just on your own. For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Horizontal lines can easily not be just as I suggested. You just sort of get a horizontal line. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. Thank you, Mike. Though. That's the problem. You can't. Well, it's not really a problem. Yeah,
it's not a problem because there's only three straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
The point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom? Yeah. not on the globe hypothesis. I received opinions we don't need it because postulate 1 do the job for you. And look, Bev, I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulates there, and you have explained that. Not on the globe hypothesis. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Be quiet. You just on your own.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this. And we're happy to talk to you.
No logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Right? That I hold to be a self-evident.
It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles in reality have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
Be quiet. Not on the globe. Well, it's an assumption.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Sorry. For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he couldn't prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries. You call it the triangle axiom.
What, that he couldn't prove that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees?
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate? You call it the triangle axiom. Triangle axiom. Is it self-evident or not? A huge debate.
Weird times, buddy. Weird times, buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Be quiet. You cannot. Euclidean geometry. You call it the triangle axiom. It does not follow. It doesn't work. Not on the globe. I don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. You can prove it from the first postulate. For fuck's sake. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal plane, right? You know, you put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake.
You don't understand.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah. Because he's got just about a triangle,
So,
yeah.
The question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? You call it the triangle. That's postulate or axiom. Why did he include that at all? You know?
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
Not on the globe. You're saying, for fuck's sake. How does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that. But why did he include that? Be quiet. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
You call it the triangle axiom. If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is two right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question. I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business. I do not believe that. Be quiet.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Yourself, not tell me to be quiet.
You have a horizontal plane, and any straight line not on the globe must itself be horizontal. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument.
I was temporarily agreeing.
Because you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw
not on the
cross
globe
on a piece of paper, are you?
You know?
That wasn't the argument.
Not on the globe.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
For fuck's sake. Separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day.
Yourself, not tell me to be quiet.
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axiom. Centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom from the preceding thought. Be quiet. I was temporarily agreeing. Not on the globe. You call it the triangle axiom. Not on the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
You're just on your own.
That I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
No reason, no
logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Not on the globe, no.
No reason, no logic, no answers to question.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly, but not on the globe. Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool, a horizontal establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? It's not really a problem. Yeah,
it's not a problem because there's only 3 straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be? Ah, there you go. And we're back again. Such a good song. You don't understand, Buster. That's Buster, everybody. You don't understand. There's only the chorus to it. He made it for me so I can cut clips of people, mainly Rumpus, I think it was, that inspired him to make that song, and the words that Rumpus uses. And that one fits especially. I think that I was just saying that it's one of my best videos. I think this particular one that's cut from conversation with Betty about this very triangle axiom. I'm hoping that it's going to bring on some more conversations that will be even better. But the conversations have been getting good just recently. Ever since Blue decided to leave us alone and start getting all butthurt about us. So, yeah, thanks, Blue. Noticed the Blue Ops would be going well. I don't know whether Betty's part of that team. Anytime you want to come and have a chat, Betty, door's always open. Talk about logic or Euclidean geometry and the 5th postulate. Triangle axiom. We're open for discussion with anyone. And we're getting up ready for testing season. What time is it? midnight. Okay, so we're tomorrow, Friday. Free for all Fridays. There was a conversation that SE's just released today. Shout out to SE. Put thingy in there for SE. I think. Let's see whether that works. SE put a video out today, and he's going to. He went over a conversation that they had with one of the new Globe Defender heroes, Eggshells, who came round here. He said he's got no particular expertise other than trying to change your mind. That's his particular expertise, and now he's trying to change your mind about whatever it is that you want to, and he's going to try and get you onto the Globe. So the Globe Witnesses have got a new recruit, an SC, and Rakia, I think yesterday went over it, so we might be going over that tomorrow. I'd like to try and keep on the subject of the 5th postulate, triangle axiom. 3 straight lines, which side of the thing the triangle will be formed, and what anybody's problems with it, if they have any, how superior they feel for knowing other people, great mathematicians, shadow giants. Anybody knows and wants to speak for any of the great shadow mathematician giants? They could do sums better than most people, I think.
I'm struggling now after learning all of this sort of stuff. When I look back and think, who were these people that were sold to me as shadow giants? They're just normal people. People is people. Everybody's good at something. And these people that we're meant to look up at, meant to have been good at, I don't know. I mean, how can you get good at straight lines and imagine that you have a problem with an axiom of self-evident truth? I mean, how good at mathematics do you have to be to find a problem about 3 straight lines in an self-evident truth called an axiom? I'm maybe not that good at mathematics. Maybe need to be told by somebody on Discord who imagines themselves as being a student of a great shadow giant. Maybe they're just watching shadows on a wall. And those shadows might be telling them secrets. No, they don't tell them any of the secrets. We have to find the secrets of the shadow giants. I'm loving that. Yeah, Einstein was just a dude. That's one of the biggest tricks that they've ever been done as well. They've sold a name, and that name now means genius, but that's just the name. The dude. I've got some clips of. I've got some.
Actually, it means 1 stone.
Really? Yeah. Where is it?
Ein.
There you go.
Number 1. Ein.
Yeah.
Ein. Stone. Rock. 1 rock.
There you go. It's the on the Imaginometry page. Einstein wrote, "Imagination is more important than knowledge." Einstein quote. He's got some nice shoes on there. Imagine is one of the biggest tricks ever. Because once you explode your logic framework of geometry or whatever in reality, then all you have to do is imagine. And it becomes true. That's how you do it.
I think the very term theoretical physics is an oxymoron.
Yeah.
You know, physics is supposed to be dealing with reality, not imagination.
Well, we've been told that light is physical, which I don't know how you can conceptualize physical light, but yeah, watch out for those rainbows. Be bumping into them wherever.
Don't let them hit you in there. What do you think the pot of gold is represent? knowledge?
I don't know. Probably.
They wouldn't have sold it as a pot of gold unless it wasn't important, like something.
Yeah. I don't know. Because I suppose it is like a full circle, isn't it? Just
Yeah,
that
they're circles. You
it
only
just
see
gets-
portions of them.
Yeah, I mean, does that entire thing still go down under the ground? Is it there even though you can't see it? Schrodinger's cat type shit. Is that what the pot of gold is? Because it'd have to be more than physical then, wouldn't it? If it was... I don't know.
The problem is you can never catch the rainbow, can you? It always retreats. So you can get chasing pots of gold all you like, you're never going to find them. But it just keeps you blindly searching and searching for something that doesn't exist in a physical form. So I don't know what,
Yeah.
Perhaps the gold is there just to symbolise that temptation that drives you searching. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's a folly, isn't it? Something that you're never going to find. And you know it's not. But it still keeps you looking, doesn't it? It keeps you inspired into the what ifs. Or maybe there is something deeper. Your eyes will be opened at the right time. I just keep knowing that within this, what can you know? There is nothing more fundamental than straight. It's not beyond the realms of anyone being able to know what straight is. And this attack that's coming, they want to tell you that you can't know what straight is. And that's a bad position to be in, I think. Or, well, a bad position to be knowing that you're going to talk to people that are going to try and convince you that you don't know what straight is. That's dangerous. And I'd rather, I think, now, not talk to those people that are going to want to purposely try and convince me of something that I don't need convincing of because I know it's ridiculous. But we're in a position here in this server where people come to push us a model purposely. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to sell us a curved straight line, conceptually. I don't think I want it anymore. I'm getting ready to put a sign on the door outside saying no soliciting globe models.
I don't understand what motivates them. If they're so confident that they know what the reality is with their globe model, why are they bothered that somebody might have a weird and wacky idea that it's not a globe? Why do they invest all the energy? I don't know.
I just think of them like the Borg. They have to assimilate everything They can't leave anything out there, and at the minute they're trying to assimilate truths, right? I've obviously, I'm really happy where I am. I have my own truths, and I'm fine, and I'm willing to talk to anybody about them, do all of that sort of stuff. But they seem to not want me to be able to do that. Whether it be, think it for myself, or know it for myself, or talk to other people about it. It's strange. But, I mean, more people, the better.
Yeah. It is very strange. It's like they can't accept, like, wrong think, isn't it? That they just have to try and convince you you're thinking wrong.
Yeah, and that's the bad part, because I think that really messes up people's minds. That's the bit that I wouldn't want to do. Anybody comes and I would say, I'll try and help you, but I mean, in the end, it's up to the individual what they think, right? You should never be listening to what other people tell you to do. You should always try and get it for yourself.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's good to hear other people's views and points of view and ideas, but at the end of the day, you've got to think that through yourself, haven't you, and come to your own conclusion.
Yeah, I hope so everybody could be able to critically think themselves through this stuff and discern for themselves what a truth is. Because there are people out there, obviously, that want to purposely tell you their truth. And they don't want you to have a truth that's different than their truth.
Yeah. And that's not just on the global side, is it, as well? There's lots of different factions that want you
Everybody has the capacity to do it. Everyone.
Yeah. Everybody must think like I think, sort of thing, isn't it?
Well, I think everybody does do that. That is one of the intrinsic things of everyone. That everybody imagines everybody else to be similar than them.
Yeah.
So you end up projecting yourself onto others and others onto yourself as well.
Yeah. I suppose in a way it helps society to hold together, I suppose, to some degree, but it's become almost toxic the way things are now. It's almost it's become deranged. It's not just like trying to projecting onto everybody that we are all similar and we all got very similar ideas and the way that we see society and all the rest of it. Now it's almost, like I said, it's almost toxic. It won't tolerate anybody different. It claims it will, but it won't.
Well, I mean, the arena we're in, and obviously most of the people that are in here have been in this arena for quite a while. It's very extreme, but I'm pretty sure you're talking about everyday life there. I mean, it seems like it's creeping in everywhere, and this extremeness that we're in, with the ridiculousness that we get of people coming round here that are seriously trying to push a model.
Yeah,
like they're not normal people, but I'm guessing in reality there's people like that all the time. They're trying to sell you something, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah. And I just think the last 2 or 3 years, really, the way that things have gone, it just seems to be showing there's an escalation of this kind of thinking. I don't know what's behind it. Whether I'm just getting old and things are changing and I just can't accept it, perhaps. You know what it's like. You always look back with nostalgia at the good old days.
Yeah.
It wasn't like this in my day.
Well, the way I look at it is now, personally, is if they've managed to sell this globe model pretty recently, it may just be the last 120 years.
Yeah.
When when it was full on, when they started pushing it big time. Well, if they can change that, and you're always saying, like generations, you're out of touch. To think about it, my grandparents. I mean, I'm getting that age now that like how much did you actually have in touch with your grandparents, and how much did you get of what they actually did? I mean, no one. Everybody's on their own, aren't they? Yeah. Everybody's living their own lives, and if they're, it wouldn't be that hard to completely change everything within, I don't know, a couple, 2, 3 generations.
Yeah, I reckon you could do it within 2 generations. Yeah. Particularly if you're in control of the media and the books that get promoted in school, what's on the curriculum. You could soon change it within a generation or 2.
Yeah. Once you've taught the parents and the parents' parents what to accept, then they will teach their children that already for you. Yeah.
And that's what you're born into then. That's the reality.
Mm-hmm. And if you punish the ones that think free thinkers, put them into corners of Discord rooms. It's like small groups of 30 or 40 people, no more, just doing that. But I mean, how much more do you need for community sort of groups of people? I don't think you need that many.
No. I mean, they do say the natural... Is it a maximum of 150 people in a little village is all you need for it to function healthily? You don't need that many people, I don't think, to form a small community of like-minded people and that functions.
Well, I know I don't need really any. We've been doing this on this Discord for 2-3 years, and I'm proper happy with the way it's going. I mean, it doesn't need to be any bigger. It doesn't need to be any different than what it is. We just say if we can just go live and do this sort of stuff as we do, then I mean that's good.
And you'll find people will drift in as they come across it, and if it appeals and they hang around a bit and learn a bit, that's all to the good.
Or we just stick around.
Yeah.
It is. It's like a pub, isn't it? It's a pub club place where you just come for a chat.
Somebody I did say to somebody, it's like the modern pub where you used to go. I mean, I can remember when I was a teenager, and we'd go to the pub with your mates, and you'd sit there and you'd talk shit all night and have really weird and crappy conversations, but it was great fun.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the pub of the future, because all of those pubs are going.
Yeah.
This is, if you want to come for a conversation, then these are the places to come.
Yeah.
I do have some news on that. Apparently, tomorrow in my city, in my neighborhood, they're lifting the mask mandates for indoors. You don't have to wear a mask, and no QR codes either.
Nice.
Good. Nice.
Yeah. Getting rid of it all.
Good.
Thank God. Going back to normal around here.
Get rid of the craziness.
Yeah, now we got a new distraction. I'm not going to talk about.
No. Well, they have to bring a distraction in to change things, change the conversation. So, but I do think that this is like a replacement to the pub.
Yeah, a little bit of education, but more comedy than anything.
And then you get people who come in and they prop the bar up all night. And then you get others who might just swan in, have a couple of pints and bugger off again.
Yeah. Yeah, come in, do a quick sing song.
Yeah. We've already got Buster for that, haven't we?
Yeah. We had Mr. Cheswick in the chat earlier.
What, does he do a song or two, does he?
Yeah, you never heard of Mr. Cheswick?
No, I don't think I have.
Well, hopefully we get to come and have a chat.
Making too much noise, Beth. Sorry. trying to do work for tomorrow. Sorry.
No problem.
I just looked in the YouTube chats. Jeff wants to be the village idiot. There's always one, isn't
We've
there?
already got Turn Up. Shout out, Turn Up. Got a job.
Hold up, Beth. So, what do you think about the pictures I posted earlier?
Nice. Nice. We're going to have a gallery somewhere, I think.
Gallery spot. Post pictures.
Yeah, we could go over it then, couldn't we? We could go through it. Go through all of the pictures and stuff. Yeah, have a word with me lad. Yeah, that'll be a good idea if we just have post pictures in there. Go over them.
Of the sky? Awesome. I'm there.
It's in reality. I mean, that's what we deal with, isn't it? All horizontals are parallel.
Yeah, I'll get out with
They
you.
don't.
Go on.
No, they don't want. They can't deal with the ground, but the sky. I like to see how. I mean, stars is different, but when it comes to clouds, I got many pictures that the clouds don't make an arc.
Yeah.
Did
Was
you
you
know?
posted those earlier on all those pictures of the clouds?
Yeah.
Was
Yeah,
it you that posted all the pictures of the clouds earlier on?
Stone Mountain.
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very good. Yeah, I shall be out with me P1000 taking some shots.
Oh
Get
yeah, I got
some
mine.
long distance close-ups of rumpus on the bridge.
Is that and that's another P1000? Jolly good. We've got an army of P1000s.
Nothing will be missed.
Yeah, anywhere in the UK we can be there. Perhaps one of the largest groups of P1000s available. On call.
Now I gotta get a P1000 right now. I
You
gotta
can't be on call in the UK.
I'm not available as much, but I'm in the background.
We could have a P1000, P900 group, a Nikon camera group in the UK, couldn't we?
You could.
Ideal
I've got
for
some good
that.
shots.
Sorry.
Go on.
I was
just
gonna
say I've
say-
got some good shots of. Do you know Bardsey Island off the coast of Wales?
Yeah.
Got some good shots of that sort of 50 miles away when the weather's right. So,
I was just gonna say it's got to be a Nikon club because I was cheap and only got a B700.
Yeah.
well, you need a variety of different types, don't you? So that you cover all eventualities. So.
I'll just try to see if I can find these pictures for you.
So you could get another gallery in there, couldn't you, with the photography?
Look at that one. It's not that. Can't really see it, but that's the Isle of Man.
Oh,
I
yeah,
wish
you've got
I
some
could
more.
get it processed a little bit better than that. Okay, I'll get the other one. We went out the other day. It was pretty good. It was a pretty good day. Well, I think they're all on video, actually. Oh no, that one. I think that one's a pretty good one because you can see the channel markers, and there is faintly in the background the Isle of Man.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Nice.
85 miles. That.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing. We were up on Anglesey, I think it was, and we could see the Isle of Man from up there. Really good.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to go to not Anglesey, but just on the coast of Wales there.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a place we can get and take the missus. Have a look. So we should be going there this summer. Got a few little trips planned out. Hopefully we can get to do them all.
In like the Llandudno area and things like that.
Yeah, I forget what it's called. Right, but there's like you can drive up there with your car. Obviously, because the
Right.
missus is ill. We have to be
You
able
think
to
like
drive.
the Great Orme?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the
That's the
fella.
one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's at Llandudno, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite good. Lovely up there.
But it's, like, because it's a bit of a trip, we have to make sure that the conditions will be okay for us going there too.
Yeah. And you know what Wales is like for rain?
Yeah. Yeah, so we got that. And then Ali was saying about the electric bray. I'd love to go there and have a look at that as well. Get a water level on that. Take a couple of pictures.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I don't know what that is.
Have you never heard of electric bray?
No.
It's where apparently the scenery of everything makes it look like up is down, down is up.
Oh, one of those sort of cookie places. Yeah.
So they used to call them electric because it seemed like there was some sort of an electric force pulling, or like magnetic.
Yeah.
But there's meant to be like 1 in 86 slope on it, so that's like obviously quite a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And it's only over 1/4 of a mile, so that's near 5 meters. So it would definitely be able to see the the difference between level and what the land's doing. And I think it'd be interesting to see whether a water level, 100-meter water level within perspective, would break that optical illusion. Whether, if you were to put a level there and show it visually, whether that would actually overpower the optical illusion, or whether the optical illusion would make the water level look funny. I think that'd be a nice,
interesting,
a nice thing to see. But that'd be, obviously, it's a little bit difficult whether you can work the perspective of it all out.
Yeah. Be interesting trying though, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And because it's only, the actual bray's only like 400 meters. If you were to do that at a slope of 1 in 6, 1 in 86, you'd be looking at near 5 meters. Like, I can't imagine holding a water level up on a stick 5 meters in order to keep the level, and then being able to imagine that it's actually going the other way. That's quite a lot, isn't it?
That's a big difference, isn't it?
Island white. Nice. Yeah, it'd be good to get the some good shots this summer, I think. My lad wants to start, well, he finishes school this year and he wants to do photography. So all of this sort of stuff might be handy for him. Because I think that would be a good perspective test, wouldn't it? To see whether you can break that.
I was trying to think as well how to, because the P1000's got the artificial horizon function, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Some way of testing the accuracy of that and whether it maintained a reasonable horizontal or not.
The only ways to get the water levels out, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's what we'll be doing this. Once we've established that obviously it's a straight line and water level is a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Then all we can do is establish those horizontal planes and picture them from different places under different conditions to try and see exactly what's going on.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Different places and trying to work out different ways of doing it, and obviously seeing how many people we can get involved, just coming down having a laugh.
Yeah,
I like the idea of trying to do a under the horizon and seeing how many people we can get under the horizon. That'd be good.
Yeah, that'd be good. Good fun.
Right. Anybody got any final words that they want to go over? And I think we'll end it for today.
No, I'll just say it's been, I don't know what everybody else feels, but it's been a really good stream. Really good conversation.
I'm loving the Euclid logic. Any of you guys in the YouTube chat got any final words? Give you a few minutes to have a go with your typing. If you want to say anything. Coming into Discord, next level. Forget your t-shirts. DP designs. Next level. Get yourself some triggering t-shirts. We know how to trigger the Globers.
The new one he put on tonight looked interesting. The one with the axiom, the
triangle,
the triangle axiom.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind getting one of them.
I think you should put pi as well.
Yeah.
DP, a plus b less than pi. Oh, look at that, point to point, best channel on YouTube. Thanks, Bev. High praise, thank you very much. We do try our best. Thank you very much. Anybody got a request then for a go out tune? I might have to start doing this. Do a vote for closing songs for Buster. Barry's in there. Barry's in for another P1000.
Yeah, I just saw that. The
What
volunteer.
a team. Yeah, look at this. This is going to be the most filmed Bedford level test ever. And of course, if you come in the Discord, we can all live stream it. This will be the best. This will be the place to be, this Discord. If Rumpus does his test, or we do our tests, come in the Discord and you'll be able to get it all live. That's what we all stream it all live to the Discord. It's better without one of them, I think.
I mean, even Thomas was quite a pleasant conversation. Nothing. It didn't turn nasty or anything, did he?
No. Anybody? Anybody? Final tracks for Buster? True level. Yeah, I'm gonna. The true level will be remixed very soon. There's a new remix. Buster says he's gonna redo it with his mate Shane. And
Oh yeah, I did hear that. That'll be good.
I will remix it again and take out Ranty and all of that and put in some new level stuff. So is that what consensus is level?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's good for me. Right then. Good night then.
Yeah. See you tomorrow. Free for all Fridays. It'll be on the Triangle Axiom, but please come. See you tomorrow.
I'll be there. See you. Bye.
Yes, this is
Bye,
basic
everybody.
geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry.
It is.
I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal. Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal cash curve?
Everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Shush. Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on. That's the globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's the globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small, straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's pretty flat and level now.
Randy, come on. That's the globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Randy, come on. That's the globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Randy, come on. That's the globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into maths, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Randy, come on. That's the globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Person to think.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No. Okay, I'm going to bed. Right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree. Level's horizontal. All
Sweet.
Right,
true level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came Nice. in just for that. You flipped it, man.
Yeah, true level, bitch.